I haven't used this song in so long. This was the first song that I wrote for this channel. And I got so swept up in my other stuff that I just never went back to using it. So it feels good to use it again. So, tonight, as promised, we're gonna be checking out Trails in the Sky, second chapter. In the wake of, after seeing the first game's remake, front to back, and seeing its ending, I can't wait. I'm not waiting for September to see the rest of this story, or at least the rest of this arc. The first three games make up the initial, it's called the Liberal arc, because they all take place in the Kingdom of Liberal. And after seeing that ending, that painful, bittersweet ending between Estelle and Joshua, I need to see the rest of the story. The rest of their story, anyway. So, everything should be set up that I can more or less just start. And OBS should play nice with this. The other thing too is that let's pause the music. The other thing too is that when I played that DOSBox game, it kind of fucked up with my OBS a little bit. I was having trouble reading other windows. But I think I fixed it. Because I fixed it for last night when we played Trinity Trigger. So here we go. Watch this. 89 dancing next to the Alleyhawk to Biggie. There we go. Video up. Audio up. Now my connection was being sussy. Oh man. Oh, listen to that music. I am already feeling it. I think this game plays an intro movie during the prologue. I think. Otherwise, I would just play it now. But I think this will also pull up the other movies the other CG movies that I've unlocked, and that contains spoilers. It'll pull up the names of it rather. So. Okay, controller's working nice, so I don't have to fuck with anything on Steam. Rotation, ignore, status visible. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm actually gonna look something up here because, as I've mentioned about this before, I've actually beat this game. Also, it's a little loud. I like the music, but it'd be nice if you could hear me too. What was I saying? We're saying something. Oh, I wanted to check because I've beaten this game before, so I have a clear data, which it should ask me if I want to use. New game plus. Okay, so what I'd like to do is carry over my weapons and maybe my money. I don't know if I want to carry over my levels. What carries over? Here we go. Now, originally, I think it'll ask me too. If you have clear data for first chapter, there's also additional stuff you can carry over from Estelle. But let me go ahead and look this up really fast. It's not a big deal if it carries over my levels, because what I can do is I can actually, I think there's an option to increase monster levels to keep it kind of challenging. Okay, BP. I'll try to go for max BP. I'm not gonna get it, I don't think, but I'll try. And that's part of why I want to carry over my items. Okay. I should have looked this up earlier. I apologize. Well, in that case, I guess it would make sense for me to just carry over everything and then just boost the monster levels. Because I still want to play the game, right? I'm not looking to like speedrun this shit. Success here's a student. Here's this one puzzle books, blah blah blah. Yeah, some of my quartz is missing. It looks like there's a bug with quartz being done over carrying over when there's over 10 of them. I don't think I had more than 10 of any quartz, so there we go. Hard mode run. Normal difficulty. Well, let's start it at the very least. Okay, there's my clear data. Yes, you want that. Money and Sepith. That's fine. Items, sure. Equipment, sure. Yes, because I want my legendary items. This is monster information. There wasn't really a mechanic for that in the first game. Not in the remake. I don't think it was in the first game, but you can scan. Rather, the more you fight monsters, the more you learn about them. You learn about their weaknesses. In the remake, it looked like it just told you straight up what works. I think that's how that worked. I don't recall. Status. This, I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is levels. Or not. We'll carry it over. Shows this guy saved that. Okay, so this is from beating the original first chapter game. We'll carry that over. And here we go. As you can see, the remake is very faithful. This is what the top of the Gransel Castle looked like in the old game. Estelle's been dragged to a bedroom. And also we have the 90s anime aesthetic. So just as a quick rundown, or quick reminder, in the finale of first chapter, we learn that Joshua is a child assassin who was sent to assassinate Cassius Bright. That's Estelle's father. And that's why Cassius brings him home at the beginning of the first game, after beating him. Joshua is a child at this time. Joshua was like 11 years old when he's sent to kill Cassius. And we also learn that Professor Alba, who has been following the group in secret, he was just a bumbling archaeologist investigating the tetracyclic towers throughout the game. He also is he is what Joshua calls an Anguis, one of the 7 Anguises of a secret society called Ouroboros. And Professor Alba is actually named Weissman, the Faceless. And Weissman is the one who made Joshua into a killing machine. He also inflicted amnesia on Joshua. As Joshua was sent in as a spy, essentially. It seemed like he was supposed to be defeated by Cassius, and Cassius would take him in because Cassius is, well, like a good-hearted man. And Joshua was relaying information about Cassius to Weissman, every few months for the past 5 years, the entirety of the time that he lived at the Bright household. Joshua reveals all this to Estelle while Estelle is away getting them ice cream. And then Joshua and Estelle meet at the top of Grancel Castle. It's there that Estelle professes her love for Joshua, and Joshua recounts his tale to her, and in the end he ends up kissing her. However, he kissed her, well, he did mean to really kiss her, but at the same time he also had a sedative on his lips that he applied to her. And the final moments of Trails in the Sky first chapter is Estelle passing out while begging Joshua not to leave her. And that's the end of the game. So here we have the beginning of second chapter. Probably hours after the end of the first chapter, Estelle is currently asleep in a bed inside Grancel Castle. Also, there is no voice acting in this game other than in combat, so I'll be reading quite a bit. That felt good. I haven't slept like that since... What? Oh right, we stayed in the castle that night. Last night. As you can see, the art, I actually really like this art style that they used for the first 3 games. It has like that late 90s manga aesthetic, or style, I suppose. Joshua and I are enjoying the celebrations, and we had some ice cream on the way home. Then we all went to the dinner party. And then... Joshua did his thing. Kissed her, he put her to sleep, and then he fled into the night. All the while Estelle begged him not to leave her. And after all they'd been through, didn't seem to really... Not that she didn't care, but she didn't think that Joshua was a terrible person, despite his very dark and awful background. No. This is Joshua's room. Salamandius, you're just in time. This is the second game. This is the old version of the second game. And it picks up hours after the ending of the first chapter, when Joshua set Estelle asleep with the sedative after kissing her. And as she was passing out, he flees. She is awoken inside the castle. But I was staying in the same room as Shira. Was all that a dream? What? Joshua! I miss these chibi sprites. Aha! Good morning, sleepyhead. You took your sweet time waking up. Shira. Really, warn me the next time you aren't going to come back for the evening. I was getting a bit worried. Although, it looks to me like you and Joshua managed to talk quite a bit. Shira, where's Joshua? What? I'm looking for Joshua. Shira, have you seen him? This is important. I haven't seen him yet this morning, no. But weren't you tired yesterday and stayed over in his room? He wasn't there when you woke up? What? What? Where did you hear that from? From Cassius. Why does that... From Dad? Okay, where's Dad then? Well, last I saw you was heading up towards the garden terrace, but now where? The garden terrace. Okay, thanks, bye. And there she goes. Wait, Estelle, wait a minute. What on earth's got into her? Ah, her cards. She is a tarot reader after all. Oh, goddess. The lovers, reversed. Oh, man. I don't know something, I'm sure. Gotta find him. Where is he? As you can see, the castle, it really is like a 1-for-1. Even the scale of the castle was like a 1-for-1 in the remake. I open my... Okay. Now, I did carry over everything, but I think you can see my Estelle is level 90. I think I can set monsters to level 100. I think. So I'll try to do that when I can. Because I still want to play the game, right? I don't want to just... I could just breeze through things, but... This old style of the games is really fun. It plays more like a tactics game, because everything's grid-based. Ah. Estelle. Dad. We have a problem. I know. Joshua is gone. What? How do you know about that? After getting back from the meeting last night, I found you asleep in one of our beds. You left a note on the nightstand as well. Between the two, I have a fairly good idea of what must have happened. Then, what the heck are you just standing around here for? We need to find Joshua fast before... Stop, Estelle. What? If he has truly gone to ground, even I have little hope of actually finding him. His skills are almost superhuman. When we fought 5 years ago, I was nearly killed by an 11-year-old. Okay, I only asked this once before a long time ago, but... Who is Joshua exactly? Why did you bring him into our home? The Society of Ouroboros. Your answer begins there with an organization few even know exists. They're an organization that seeks to manipulate the world from the shadows, led by a leader called the Grandmaster. Joshua was in their employ as an assassin when I first met him. I brought him home because it was his only chance to live free of them. Ouroboros. Even the Bracer Guild knows very little about them, and only top bracers even learn of their existence. Given that the response of the public to the idea of Ouroboros' existence would either be panic or skepticism, we don't acknowledge them publicly. But they exist, there's no question of that, and they've had plans in motion for years. The recent coup is just one example of their machinations. Wait, you mean Lieutenant Lawrence? That's the guy in the red helmet. He jumped off the castle. He was... Yes, we have absolutely no doubt he was another senior agent for the Society. Of course, we doubt he was acting as a lone wolf. He must have had support to accomplish what he did. Support like Joshua, for example. Wait, what? What the heck do you mean? He stated as much in his note. Over the past 5 years, Joshua has been passing along guild secrets to Ouroboros. He claims that he was under the influence of some sort of mental control, and didn't even realize what he was doing himself. As we saw at the end of the last game, Professor Alba is actually a man named Weissman, the Faceless. High-ranking members of the Society of Ouroboros, and he was the one manipulating Joshua. No, he wouldn't. Ouroboros' cunning is matched only by their malevolence. Stay away from them, Estelle. They're far too dangerous. Okay, I don't quite get all of this, but I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. You're saying we should abandon Joshua. Well, Dad, answer the question. I always knew this day would come. Even 5 years ago when I took him in, I knew we would someday reach this moment. He swore something to me. That first day he actually accepted he could be part of our home. What did he... The moment he became a burden or a threat to us. The moment the Society contacted him or pursued him in any fashion. He would disappear from our lives, like a shadow dispelled by the sun, he told me once. What? What's that supposed to... Estelle, I understand how you feel. He was part of our family. It isn't easy to just say goodbye so suddenly. But there are some lines which a man can never bring himself to cross. Ever. So please, try to understand what Joshua... You knew. Hmm? You knew that Joshua might leave us someday, and never said anything to me or did anything about it. You knew and you didn't... I'm sorry, Estelle. I hate you! Cassius. Shira. I'm sorry you had to see that. No, it's... Why do I get the feeling you're biting back a lecture? I stumbled into your life from a disaster of my own. You saved me, just as you did Joshua. I understand what both you and Joshua must be thinking. Indeed. If I may make a single comment, though, from a woman's perspective. Of course. At this point, you and Joshua are essentially the two most wretchedly miserable sons of dogs I have ever had the displeasure of knowing. Damn, you tore into him. No. Just no way. Joshua wouldn't run away. Oh, you okay, miss? What are you doing out without an umbrella? You'll get soaked if you rain on this mess. You should head on home. Home? Home. Yeah, you're right. I should head home. Joshua must have headed home. Probably went right back home. Huh? Thanks, Mr. Guard. I'll head home right away. What was that all about? I swear I've seen her somewhere before. Wait, is that the girl who helped stop the coup? Trails in the Sky, second chapter. The original. This game is 20 years old. Maybe I should use the retro category. My Estelle, you shine like the sun. My time with you is the happiest and the most painful I've ever known. Just as the brightest light casts the darkest shadow. If you stayed with me, you'd find out just how disgusting my true nature is. Sometimes I think it would have been better if we'd never met. Oh, the speech is 1-for-1 from the remake. It's nice. The airliner Cecilia. I hurt Joshua? He wishes he'd never met me. He said that. No. Oh man. Huh? Come on now. Just look at this clear blue sky. Insensitive jerk. Look at his hair. I love his hairstyle. Look at that shit. Feel the gentle kiss of the wind on your cheek. A lovely girl like you ain't allowed to be sad on a gorgeous day like this. It's sad in Adios too, you know. Hey, wait a sec. I'm not dangerous. Well, okay, maybe I came across as... Anyway, just caught my eye the moment you came aboard, you see. You seemed a little broken up over something, so I thought to myself, hey, I'll put a smile on her face with my overpowering charm. I don't quite get what you mean, but thanks, I guess? To be honest, this is what we usually call, putting the moves on. So how about it? Want to head down to the lower observation deck? You can get drinks down there, too. I'd be happy to treat a new friend. What do you say? Well, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not really in the mood. I'm sorry, can you just... I think I see how it is. Alright then, time to knock it off with the come-ons and put on the work face, huh? After all, it's my job to guide lost lambs like you. Your job? Darn right. Look at this. The previously insensitive jerk held forth a medallion with a chalice engraved in the center. Huh? Isn't that the seal of the Septian Church? Bingo! This is the Grail emblem. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Kevin Graham. Looks and moves aside, I really am a priest of the Septian Church. Who's this grave? Well, he is Kevin Graham. Wow. Wait, for real or is this another joke? Why do you have to doubt me still? I'm a serious devoted priest, you know. I never miss the trinary prayers, and I always have my testaments right. At hand? I think I left them on my seat, sorry. Yeah, that really helps your case there. You really are kind of a weirdo, Father. Laughter! Victory is mine! That's more like it. Cute girls like you deserve to smile. Anyway, if you want, I'll give you an ear in my official priestly capacity. No pickup lines, I promise. Adios smite me dead otherwise. Well, okay. But where do I even... Uh-oh. Here comes the waterworks. Wait, hold on now. I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry anyway. It's my fault. Great goddess. Steady there, child. You've been keeping this bottled up for ages, haven't you? My shoulder's yours. Come on, cry it all out. I'm here. Poor Estelle. She got hit with that emotional damage. A critical hit. Kevin, right? I'm sorry, that was pathetic of me. Hey, no big, seriously. My shoulder's always got room for a girl to cry on. So how about it? Feel a bit better now? Yeah, a little. I'm Estelle Bright. I'm a member of the Bracer Guild. Estelle, eh? Dang, even your name is cute. Hang on, you said the Bracer Guild? Yeah, I'm a newly minted senior bracer. Might be hard to believe after seeing me break down like that, though. No, not at all. Now that you mention it, you do kind of look loaded for bear. You a martial artist of some kind? I guess you could call me that. I focus on staff combat. But you said you're a priest, Kevin? I do appreciate the shoulder, but I gotta admit, you don't look much like any priest I know, or would trust usually. Aha, kazing! Through the chest, madam. Well, I'll admit that us wandering priests are sheep of a different color. Wandering what now? Well, okay, you know how there's villages and farms and whatnot without churches, right? My order heads to such places at set times each year, and offers church services and teaches Sunday school. Think of it as home delivery churching, or something like that. Huh, I never knew there were priests like that, but it does make a lot of sense. And unlike church-bound priests, there's a lot of us who are more carefree about dress code. The church just kind of lets us do our thing, so... well, fair enough, I guess. So, Kevin, I guess you're up to some village somewhere? Nah, not immediately. I actually only just arrived in Liberal, like, today. The High Seat dispatched me here since, apparently, there's not enough wandering priests around right now. Oh, really? Okay, then. The High Seat. They mentioned that at Sunday school, but I don't remember where. It's in the holy city of Arteria in the middle of the continent. Anyway, I figured I'd do a bit of sightseeing before I went and reported my assignment to the Bishop of Gransel Cathedral. It does like children like a priest, it checks out. Poor Kevin. Well, I guess poor children. Well, here I am. That seems just a bit irresponsible to me. You really are kind of a half-baked priest, aren't you? Hey, it's cool. I'm checking out the places I'll be wanting to in advance. Besides, I got to meet a troubled and lovely young woman. This is surely a blessing for radios. Praise be to her name. Yeah, smooth recovery there. But really, thank you either way. Letting it all out helped to clear my head a bit, I think. Seriously, I'm being a ninny. I should trust Joshua. He won't do anything stupid. Huh? Who? Oh, Joshua's my brother, sort of, in a sense. He disappeared suddenly, which has been a bit of a shock. Disappeared, huh? I mean he ran away from home. No. He just went back home ahead with the rest of us. I mean, he's family. He wouldn't just run off on his own. I see. Really though, what was I thinking? Worst mistake ever telling him how I felt, especially at that moment. Next time I see him, I'll have to make up some kind of excuse about that. Hmm. Hey, Estelle. Huh? Well, like I was saying, I'm basically just a tourist without a plan or a clue right now, so how's about I land with you and roll and make sure you get home safely. What? I like his hair. I've never seen a priest with hair like that. Ah, the little chibi sprites. Miss these. Smell that fresh air. So this is rolling, huh? Gotta admit though, it feels a bit like a backwater farming village with an airship dock dropped on it. Well, excuse the heck out of us for living in the boonies. At least we're big enough to have our own church, Mr. Totally pretending to be a holy man. Oh, I better go pay my respects over there once we're done. So Estelle, which one of these fine boony shacks is yours? Setting the boony shacks bit aside, you really don't need to escort me home, you know. It's just outside town, and crying fits aside, I really am a bracer. I can take care of myself. Nah, don't worry about it. It's a duty of us real manly men to make sure a lady gets home safely. Besides, I'm looking forward to meeting this boyfriend of yours. Boyfriend isn't a term I think I'd use. Maybe. But fair enough, I guess. I'll fix you some tea or something when we get there. I get free tea out of the deal. Victory again. Well, lead the way. Oh man. Look at all my crafts and S crafts. Okay, cool. I don't think I get my carried over stuff yet though. It might take me a minute to get used to controls. And now the turbo mode was a toggle in the remake, but I think I just hold this down when I want to speed. Yeah, I do just hold this down. Cool. This is the intro city of Roland in the beginning of the last game. Still a one for one, I suppose. Now, there's no fast travel in this game. There's not even markers for anything. So I don't think I'll get lost, but I'm not going to be able to get everything like I did in the remake. I'll try, but no promises. That's why I carried over everything, because I can keep all my good shit that I unlocked from doing all the side stuff when I initially played this the first time. The Bright household. Bright family house. So this is your place, Estelle. It's got a, how do you put this? A warm, homey feeling to it. Yeah, I know. This place holds a lot of memories. For me, for Dad, and for Joshua, too. So I can see. You think Joshua's gonna be just inside, right? Yeah, I'm sure he is. Come on in. I'll introduce you to him. He'll like you, I think. Man, who is this guy? The number he's done on her. Well, let's get this over with. Adios, give her strength. Joshua, I'm home. You're back, right? That's weird. I'm sure he must be here. Ah, maybe he's in Dad's study. Joshua? Oh, wait. Duh. It's possible he's in my room looking for something, right? Did I leave some underwear or something like around? Hmm. My room's clean at least. But Joshua probably wouldn't care about a few panties here and there. Okay, still. So, just completely discarded the stepbrother thing, huh? Joshua, I'm coming in, okay? Oh. Of course. Makes sense. I'm such an idiot. So your boyfriend's not here, huh? Or, hey, maybe we missed him. He came back, then headed out to town for a bit, and we passed by each other without even realizing. No. You've accepted it then. I knew somewhere deep down, I knew he'd really left. There was no way he'd come back home for any longer than a few moments. Right. But this room was it. It was my last hope. I have no idea where else he could be, at all. So, this is the end. I'll never see Joshua again, ever. Ain't it a bit early to be given up that easily? Huh? In the end, the only one who knows whether they're destined to meet someone again, here or beyond, is Adios herself. Just because you think fate's against you is no reason to give up. The question then, Estelle, is this. What do you think you can do about it? But... I don't even have any leads to follow. No leads at all? You sure? I don't know your boyfriend, of course, but nobody I know would disappear without some reason. Was there anything weird in how he talked or acted towards you recently? Or maybe something strange had been happening with him lately. Something only you, who'd have been with him so long, would pick up on. Hey. Oh, the flashbacks. In the last game. Weissman's face is blurred out. Estelle didn't actually see what transpired between Joshua and Weissman. Otherwise known as Professor Alba. Oh yeah, of course. Joshua started acting weird right after I got back to that spot where we were resting. What the... Why is my head fuzzy? Why can't I remember who I met along the way? I did meet someone. Hey, you okay? You went white as a sheet there. Yeah, I think so. Now I get it. Joshua went off to stop the foul magician. A reminder, Joshua had this dramatic backstory involving a boy being saved by a magician, who remade him into a killing machine. The person I met then was that magician. And that person was the one who actually behind the coup and Colonel Richard's memory trouble. That magician must still be planning something else in Liberal. But that means if I can stop him as a bracer, maybe, just maybe. So you realize what's going on. Daddy-o and Shira. Dad, Shira, why are you here? Sorry, Estelle. When we touched down, I took the liberty of contacting Guild's Gransel branch on the sly. Oh. Estelle, honey, you scared the pants off of us running away like that. We were at the Gransel Guild house trying to find you when the call came in. We barely managed to catch a departing freightliner out there. Or out here. I'm sorry. Just as Sherazard said, I'm glad you're safe, Estelle. Now then, Father Kevin, was it? I appreciate your contacting us. You have my deepest thanks for letting us know where Estelle was. Nah, don't worry about it. My fault for butting into family matters, really. Dad, No, Estelle, the one who needs to apologize is me. It was nothing more than my ego talking when I told you to stay away from Ouroboros. I was simply forcing my opinion, as a man and as your father, onto you. Sherazard made the points quite clear on our trip over. Shara? I sure did. Don't worry, Estelle. I'm completely behind you on this. In all honesty, I thought I'd prepare for this day for a long while, but losing him is worse than I could have even imagined. Thus if nothing else, I wanted to keep you from walking the path of thorns which now lies before us. I couldn't bear the thought of you sharing Lena's fate, of you losing your life to protect someone else. But that is an insult, Not just to you, but to your mother as well. I understand now, as terrifying as the possibility still seems to me. Dad, I'll be too busy with the work of rebuilding the military to act on my own. I fear that is exactly why they will act now. This time I really won't be able to help you, Estelle. Are you sure this is what you want? Yes. I know I've still got a lot to learn, but I don't see any other way. God, this soundtrack is fucking awesome. So I'll do it. I'll put a stop to whatever horrible thing this Ouroboros has planned, and I'll bring Joshua back home. I see. And there's nothing more to say. As a bracer, and as an independent woman, you don't need no man. Do as you see fit. Dad. Aw. No, there is one more thing I must say. Huh? Estelle, I'm counting on you. Bring back Joshua. Bring back my damn fool of a son, please. Right. Piece of cake. I'll do it. I'll make sure we can all live in this house again. I will bring Joshua back, no matter what stands in my way. I'm getting to see this in 3D later this year. CG cutscene. Here we have the hype, the anime intro. Okay, daughter, go rescue your brother boyfriend, yeah. Stepbrother, it's stepbrother. Thank you. Look, he's birding. This is 1998 as fuck. Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, SC. Zin. I think Agate looks the best in the 90s style. But I'm biased as fuck, because I like Agate. Oh boy. There's Lawrence. There's Weissman. Chloe, Princess Claudia. Olivier. There's Kevin. Sieg. Mr. Pew. The Capua ships, the Capuas. Josette looks good in the 90s style too. And Joshua. And of course, Estelle. Trails in the Sky, SC. I really like that Falcom makes these CGs for their games. They still make them too, and they're not just like using in-game graphics. They actually get like animation studios to make it for them. Prologue: A Maiden's Resolve. 2 months later. Midwest Samaria, Le Mans State. I think it's Le Mans. I don't think it's Lemon. I swear to God. Dude, so one thing about this series is the pronunciation of names changes every few games. I'll never understand it. Le Lockley Canyon, Bracer Training Grounds. I love that when they use the sprites for the combat cutscenes. There's Analyst, and Estelle training. Here I come, Analyst. Blazing Barrage. Oh. Oh. Yow, that is pretty hot. But now it's my turn. 8-leaf blitz. Oh, I'm not done yet. Can't keep this up. So... Ooh, what the? You're mine! Oh. Ow. Are you okay, Analyst? I didn't mean to hit that hard. Fucking knocked a couple teeth out. She's good. No, I'm okay. I blocked it. Mostly. You sure got me good with that one, though. Guess I can't rely on that one move as my win button anymore, huh? It was just luck, really. Besides, I gotta give back a little of what I've been taking. You've really been throwing yourself into this, Estelle. If you got enough energy left for smack talk, let's do one more set. Come on. You're on. Well, you two certainly have lots of energy this morning. Oh, Phyllis. Good morning. Morning, Phyllis. Good morning, Estelle, Analyst. I was going to call you two to breakfast, but I suppose you'd rather beat the stuffing out of each other instead of getting stuffed, hmm? Getting stuffed. That doesn't sound right. Getting stuffed. Breakfast, right. What do you think, Analyst? Beat stuffing or get stuffing? That is a choice, isn't it? We'd be wasting a perfectly good breakfast if we didn't eat, so... Phyllis, you wouldn't happen to know where Kurt is, would you? Kurt said he had to prepare some things for today's training, so he went on ahead. He made it sound like he had some pretty hard things lined up for you two today. Oh, great. He really said that. And he told me to make sure you both ate a good breakfast. Come in and eat, you two. Something tells me you'll be wanting it later. A lot of lines like that in this series I've known. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Trails. Okay, Falcom. We're okay, localizers. Didn't realize how hungry I was. I hope it isn't a bad idea to eat this much before practice, though. Yeah, Phyllis's cooking is extra super yummy. Plus, Kurt's got something big planned, so I doubt we'll get a lunch break, you know? Yeah, good point. We need to keep up our strength up. We need to keep our strength up to train, after all. Man, though, it's already been 3 weeks since I came here. It feels like it's passed by in the blink of an eye. Well, you really threw yourself into it, Estelle. Training with you has done me a lot of good, too. Aw, thanks, Analyst. That means a lot. I gotta admit, though, while I'm glad Kurt agreed to train us, I really didn't expect for you to be here training with me. Well, I've only been a senior bracer for, like, half a year. I'm really still a newbie myself, to be honest. So when Shara told me the whole deal with you and the training and stuff, I thought, hey, perfect. Kurt and the others had mentioned this place before, and I'd wanted to come anyway. So when I heard you were coming, well... Oh, that makes sense. You know, thinking about it, the guild owning something like this makes you realize just how big the guild is. When Dad first told me about it, I didn't realize how big a thing it'd be. As I said, Estelle, I have no intention of stopping you. To be honest, however, you are no match for the Society, especially against their deadliest agents. You simply lack the skills. It's a fucking skill issue. Oh, daughter of mine. So I have a suggestion. Would you like to go to Lilockley? I think I'm saying that right. Lilockley? It's a training ground run by the Bracer Guild near the international headquarters in the Lamont State. Its base is set within a canyon that contains a number of difficult training facilities, covering skills of all kinds. Ruins investigation techniques, ranger, tracking and survival skills, counter-terrorist operations. It is, bar none, the finest place on the continent for teaching practical bracer skills. I never knew there was a place like that. But it's in Lamont, isn't it? So it's outside the country? I don't think I can leave Liberal right now. Well, it's in a foreign country, yes, but it's only 1 day by airship. The training period lasts for about a month, I believe. If anything new comes up while you're there, we'll send for you right away. How does that sound? Well, I recommend it, but the decision is yours. You needn't answer today. Take some time to think it over. No, I've decided. I'll take the training. Oh my. Excellent. You sound rather determined. I get the feeling you've been thinking about something like this for some time. Yeah, sorta. To be honest, looking back, I've just been relying on Joshua this whole time, because he's our fucking DPS carry. Whenever something happened, Joshua would always guide me to the answer. But now I have to rely on my own judgment. So yes, I want to retrain myself at this Lilockley place. Oh, Estelle. I see. I will file your application to attend tomorrow. Roland's guild branch will have everything we need for it. Okay then, tomorrow. Say, Estelle, once we're done with that, let's hop back over to the department store in Grantsville for a minute, Department store? Why? Well, I haven't gotten you your senior bracer present yet. And you, I think, are going to need some new on-the-job clothes. Yeah, it kind of surprised me too. Speaking of your folks, those clothes were a present from Shara, right? You're so lucky. I wish Shara would buy me clothes, especially cute stuff like that. Yeah, they were. I mean, they're tough and all, and they're nice and light and easy to move around in, but I don't know if colors as girly are really my thing. What, are you kidding? You look great. Way better than that old red outfit of yours. Remember, you may be bracers, but we're girls too. Fashion is important. No, because we're bracers, we have to look great. It's our duty. Analyst? Oh, I got it. Estelle, a hair ribbon. You look great with one. How about it? I should have a spare somewhere. I'll pass, thanks. In fact, I couldn't help but notice. You're kind of a fan of cute things, aren't you, Analyst? Well, yeah, cuteness is justice. It's the law. I mean, okay, I totally get the appeal of cool older women like Shara. Doesn't everybody? But there's nothing, not a thing, that could beat a young girl who's dressed up all cute. Whenever I see a teddy bear or a stuffed animal, I just want to hug it to death and, if she ever met Tita, she'd probably faint. But you know, changed a lot since I first met you. Huh? Well, when we first met way back then, you had this real, I'm a naive, innocent newbie air about you. And you still have that air of newbiness around you, but now it seems like you've got some steel in your soul, I guess. It's pretty incredible if you ask me. Aw, Analyst, cut it out with the flattery. Don't get so embarrassed, I meant it. Besides, you make me want to work harder. Can't let a young upstart like you take my cutest and best bracer ever title. Really? Anyway, shouldn't we be getting to practice soon? Yeah, it's about time, I guess, huh? Let's go back to our rooms and get ready. See you in a bit. Jeez, she's like a ball of energy. I'm so glad to have her with me, though. Alright, gotta stop by my room to get my stuff together. Alrighty. I think pretty soon is when I can... This room? No, not that one. This one? Can never remember. I can't recall which one. This is Stell's room. This one? No, this is Analyst's room. Stell already done? Nah, I should put the head to my room. Oh, okay. You better get ready fast then. See you in a bit, Estelle. Later. Better stuffed animals. Is it this one? I don't think so. Okay. Is it this one? It is that one. Okay. Farthest corner. Okay, this is Kurt practice we're talking about, so let's assume I'll need everything. Kitchen sink included. It'll be just like real combat, so I'll have no idea what to expect. Estelle took the harmonica out of her bag. That was Joshua's parting gift to her, was his harmonica. Okay, I'll do my best today too, I promise. Packed away Joshua's harmonica. Equipped brake rod. Equipped enhanced leather. Equipped reinforced boots. Packed away Zemurian ore. So that's something I missed on my playthrough of the remake. The Zemurian ore is what makes the ultimate weapons. I think in the remake you're supposed to get it before the castle attack, and I fucking missed it. Not that you need it, but... Azumura. Nice. Alright, that's everything. Next stop, the entrance. Okay, I think later there's a chest I can get. How do I open up my stupid... There we go. So it's circle. Okay, so... As you can see, so this is 120 strength. But this rod has 370. This one has 415. Okay, so these are from... These are the endgame weapons from my initial playthrough. I'm hoping I can Because in other Trails games, there's ways you can set the enemy levels to like 100 for New Game Plus playthroughs. Oh man, a lot of armor. Serum armor. Looks like the strongest is just at the bottom. The guy has suits. This is all stats up. Just has massive defense. Wear this for now, just for the, because you need to sell to be a little more generalized for now. And of course these boots. Do I have my, oh man. Oh man. Alright. Divine Cross. Secret treasure hidden away by the Divine Penguin. All stats up except for range. It's crazy. It's right, range was a stat too. Do I have a Grail Locket? I do. Okay. Prevents all abnormal status except for KO. Just general use. So it's fine. Just going over all the what I have. Oh, they must have fixed that bug. Okay. Everything is here. All my fucking quartz, which I would not be able to get. Larksick! Welcome, welcome. Oh, you were just lurking. Okay, no worries, dude. Okay. Oh, wrong room. Analyst is gone? I think I can just save anywhere, right? Or do I have to... Okay, so I'm gonna save here. There we go. Ah, there's curtain analysts. You're here, Estelle. Good. Well, let's begin then. Please take the seat across from me. Yeah, right here. Today, I want you and Analyst to cover ruins exploration. We'll be heading to the Ballstar Channel, which is west of the lodge. The Ballstar Channel. Kind of a strange name, but it's another training facility, right? Yes, that's exactly it. It's an old aqueduct from the Middle Ages that the guild repurposed. Several of its defense mechanisms are still operable, plus quite a few monsters have made it their nest. She's level 90 again. This is a New Game Plus run, yeah. I missed the whole game, Doping. Yeah, it's New Game Plus. Because I already beat this game. I beat this a while back. But I'm pretty sure I can set the monsters to 100. Normally, you would carry over your save data from the first game, and she can be as high as level 40. But this is New Game Plus, and I carried over everything, so I'm pretty sure I can set the monsters to high level so I can actually play the game. Traps and monsters, huh? Yep, that sounds like practice. Kurt style to me. So let's head off to this aqua thingy. Hold a moment, before we leave. I want you two to take a look at these. These what, you might ask? You can finish that one for yourself. Kurt produced a pair of strangely configured ornaments. What? This is... looks like a combat ornament, but it's all weird. Correct. This is a new model combat ornament. You know, of course, of the Epstein Foundation, again, that name is not aged well, which develops combat ornaments, among many other orbital technologies. I'm not cheating, man. You have to understand, there are no map markers in this game. There's no fast travel, man. I don't want to miss the ultimate weapons like I did in the last game. It's okay, the monsters will be high level too. This is the new kind of combat ornament developed by the Foundation and supplied to the guild mere weeks ago. As you can see, they have an additional slot compared to previous ornaments for a total of 7. As a result, this should allow for the utilization of new, more powerful combat arts. Oh, that's incredible. Heck yeah, it is. These will make us awesome. So don't be stingy, Kurt. Make us with the goodies. Stingy? Stingy. Don't be stingy. If you wish, the guild will provide you each with one for free. However, there is, as you may expect, a catch. The circuit architecture within these orbits is radically different from your current combat orbits. As a result, your old quartz crystals are not compatible with these new orbits whatsoever. You will need to obtain new revised quartz. What? Would that mean that all the quartz you made up till now are worthless? You know, they would be, but I carried over all my quartz as well. I'm afraid so, yes. It will be a hassle, but you'll need to rebuild your quartz collection from scratch if you use these. Ah, no way. Sheesh, this is a hard choice. Will you keep using our current orbits? You could, but I don't recommend it. These new orbits are superior models in every way. Their maximum EP potential is higher, and the high-end new quartz they can accept have impressive capabilities. In the long term, they will grant you increased physical abilities. And most importantly, the arts they can construct are far beyond what your current orbits are capable of. Estelle, you recall our good friend Lieutenant Lawrence, I assume? What? Yeah, I remember that. He took forever to kill. Lawrence, yeah. I don't think I could forget him even if I wanted to. He's too much of a fucking badass. Shira told me about a certain bizarre art he used against you. A terrifying attack that lashed out at your entire team and clouded your minds. You didn't use it as much in the remake, though. I know he spammed that fucking shit in the original version of the game. As it happens, this orbment can manifest an art exactly like that with the correct quartz combination. It's been dubbed Silver Thorn. Silver Thorn. Wait, hang on a sec here. Wouldn't that mean that red uniform bozo had one of these new model orbits 2 months ago? A scary thought, but it's very possible. The implications of which are... well, for now I must know. Will you accept the new orbits? Man, this is so tough. With a bit of work, it'd make us awesome, but right now it'd be a nasty drop in power. For her, not for me. I'd like the new model, Kurt. Blah? Lawrence, or whatever his name is, beat us away like a tiger swatting away at a playful cub. I know a new orbit will make me innately stronger, but if this could give me even the tiniest edge, I'd like to master it. So please. Estelle. Yeah, you're right. Like I said, Kurt, fork over the goodies. Very well. Go ahead and take them. New model combat orbits. Nice, nice, nice. Also, take these. See, various kinds of sepith. That should be enough to synthesize a basic selection of quartz. If you're a dirty poor like analysts. And didn't beat this game before like me. Robert's stationed at the workshop there in a corner, so he'll be able to prepare you some quartz. Incidentally, your bracer notebook should also cover all the new quartz and arts available. Might not be a bad idea to skim through it before talking to him. Sure, we'll do that. In addition, today's practice is likely to be a long duration, shall we say. I'd recommend bringing some food just in case. Ah, right, food. You just talked to Phyllis about that, right? Correct. Talk to Robert and Phyllis for anything you might need before we begin practice. Estelle, before I forget, these are for you. Glove gear. Celestial bomb. Emergency puppet. Luck quartz. Hey, these are... ooh, shiny. It all looks really high quality, too. Yes, they're all quite valuable. The quartz, naturally, is for your new orbit. Think of them as a reward from the guild for your successes as a junior bracer. Thanks. Now then, I shall wait for you outside the lodge. Come see me once you're ready. And there he goes. Okay, Estelle, let's go get ready. Right, let's talk to Phyllis and Robert. You may now access your senior bracer notebook. This notebook contains information, jobs, related events, orbit info, etc. Open items tab from the camp menu under the book category, select bracer notebook. Okay. Now, analyst should have, yep, there it is, a Seiryu sword. You definitely want. If I'm going to set enemy levels to 100, I'm going to need equipment. Versatility, okay. Now what do we have here? To mute, blah 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 blah, arts up. Break defense. Prevent sleep line freeze. That sounds good. Ah, that's right. The gladiator stuff. Do auto CPM. Get rid of one of the gladiator belts. Looks like you two picked up the new model combat ornaments. Did you already go over the list of new quartz in your notebooks? I did not, but I don't need to. Fundamentals aren't much different, but some things have had their attributes adjusted in the Switch, so give it a look. Now before we get started, how about a quick overview? If you need a refresher on anything about how your orbits work, ask away. I don't need to, I know how this goes. Okay, you listen to me ramble along long enough. Let's make some quartz and get you over to Kurt. You want my advice? You should make sure you can use some healing arts at the very least. Yes, it's always good. You know what kind of quartz are required for healing arts? Water. It's water. Okay, thank you, Robert. There we go. So the slot's already unlocked. I think it still might be a little bugged. Okay. I really don't need any of these, but I can equip what I have. In here. Okay, let's go over Stealth first. So I'm gonna try and build her like I did before. I like my Estelle, a mage tank. So defense 4. Not here. I actually, so this UI is a bit of an overload initially, at least it was when I first played through these games. But I actually prefer this UI over the remake one, because this tells me everything right away. I don't need to go through, I don't have to actually go through the UI and look for things and pull things up. It's all right here, I can just look at it. So. Arts Defense, Aqua Blue. I'm mostly interested in spells. Blue Ascension is gonna be nice. Okay. I might switch out that gem later. Make up defense down. Seal with 20%. Okay. This is arts up, which I don't care much for. This gives evasion. Agility is evasion. Because evade is not its own stat just yet, it's linked to your agility stat. Speed 5, okay. Action up is gonna be one of the best ones. Yeah, speed is a even bigger god stat in this game than it is in the remake. Speed's strong in the remake, but it's obscene in the original one. Strike. Heaven's Eye. Heaven's Eye shows... see enemies from a distance, okay. What this does is it shows enemies on the map, the mini-map. RTP cost, blah blah blah. It's not bad either. It's good to have someone with a Heaven's Eye in the party at all times. Infuse. I don't remember if Chaos Brand's really good in this game or not. It could be though. P5. Estelle's gonna have a shit ton of in-game gems to start with. I'll go with that too. Okay. She should be set. Now we have Analyst has not as many options, so wind quartz only. So we have some evade should be good. Okay, second line. Action 4 probably. Yeah, we'll go action 4. I don't like these Deathblow quartzes. They only work once, and then they break forever. Oh, but she has a good Death Quartz on her. Okay. Line 2. Or line 3, rather. You don't need that. What you do need is attack up. The one quartz only. This is line 4. I don't want about that. This will be fine. HP up is good. I probably should have put one of those on a still. Oh, I did put one on a still. Sorry. Okay, and line 5. No, it's line 4. Put that on. So they both have heals, basically. Which is good. Very good, very good. Okay, go ahead and save. I'm gonna be checking my map quite a bit. How's Kurt? There he is. I thought you two were going to make sure you had adequate provisions. If you go into a mission without properly preparing beforehand, you will get hurt. Make absolutely sure you speak... Oh, I forgot to speak with Phyllis. Okay, sorry, Kurt. I can't speak with fucking Phyllis. Yes. So Kurt's going to be working you to the bone again, is he? Here then, let me show you how to prepare some nice clean water for yourselves out in the field. See, recipe book. Oh, cooking. Don't forget the ingredients, dears. Assortment of ingredients. So, like, we can just throw this stuff in a pot to cook up a meal, right? Well, yes, that will. What you have will cover most basic cooking, but you can only get some ingredients by defeating monsters. Gathering all the ingredients for those is a bit dangerous, needless to say. Yeah, tell me about it. There's some weird recipes out there. Man, kind of takes those who don't work, don't eat to a whole new level, huh? Your brace and notebook will have a more detailed explanation of cooking. Make sure to look it over. No. Good luck with your training. Thanks, Phyllis. Try not to burn anything down when we cook stuff. Okay, so standard cooking stuff in this series and other JRPGs. Now we go. I'm gonna get real friendly with this turbo button. So you've had your new quartz manufactured and prepared healing arts. Very good. Now we can set off. Finally. We're heading for that sewer-like thingy in the western part of the canyon, right? Indeed, the Ballstar Channel. As I said before, the monsters within are dangerous. Are you two prepared? We're ready. Sweet goddess, not yet. Very well, let's get going. Follow me, you two. Okay. Right behind you, boss. You have Estelle and other Estelle. Alright, the Ballstar Channel. Oh, this looks familiar. Like the Gransel sewers. So this is the Ballstar Channel. Man, these sewers are huge. What do they keep down here? Well, they're technically smaller than the sewers beneath Gransel, but they're still quite sizable. As to what is kept down here, try confidential documents. Your practice mission today is to retrieve them. Wait, confidential stuff? Seriously? Well, it's more to get you in the mood than anything else. Regardless, the documents are in the deepest section of the sewers. Recover them and today's practice will be complete. Well, you make it sound easy, but this is a training mission, so you made sure it isn't going to be that easy, right? I shall leave that to your doubtlessly fertile imaginations. I will warn you, however, the monsters in the channel are not to be underestimated. You may find it necessary to fully master chain crafts to defeat them. Chain crafts, right. Those are the, you mean the team-based attacks you got special training for, right? Which they put in the original remake. Weird. I wonder what they'll add now. Indeed, fundamentally is a type of craft which allows several people to attack a target simultaneously. Oh, that's right. It's when you like manually do it instead of waiting for a break hit. You put a great deal of effort into learning them, so now you should put theory into practice. Sounds like a plan. Also, since you'll be fighting once again, let me provide you with this. Monster Guide. Oh hey, that's one of those Monster Guide thingies, right? Correct. It's a notebook for recording information about any foes you might come to face, which is, I should have a lot of it filled out. It's not going to be 100%, but a lot of it should be filled out, because it takes a turn to scan, which slows things down significantly. I would advise noting down any particulars about your enemies as you find them. Well, keeping tabs on the enemy is how you win fights, I guess. Yeah, they say knowing your enemy is the first key to victory. Or is it, know yourself first? Either way, thanks, Kurt. We really owe you. Really? There's no need to thank me. I wish you two the best of luck. As one last note, if I may, don't force yourself to go on if you're injured. I prepared an orbit charging station here just in case. Use it as you see fit. Yep, that's our Kurt alright. Always planning for everything. Well, no excuses now. Time to blow the lid off the pot of expectations. Alright, let's get to it. This is where we heal up and all that. I do miss it being instant in the remake. Okay. I hope the enemy's scaled. If not, what I'll do is I'll look into it. Because this isn't too far into the game. What I'll do is next time I'll look into it to see if I can get them to scale up. Monsters already. That was quick. I'll say, this would be perfect for a warm-up though. Oh yeah, this is our first real fight in a while, isn't it? Might be worth it to go over the basics of fighting again. I remember the the basics of CQC. Well, how about it, Estelle? Wanna go over everything again, or skip straight to the practical stuff? I'll just chain crafts. I know how to play this game. Can we skip straight to the practical stuff? I kinda wanna try out these chain crafts we've been missing. Or practicing. God damn. Music to my ears. Alright then, let's plow through these critters double time. Right. Well, so much for the monsters, but this kind of looks like the end of the path. Yeah, it looks like. Although... Hey, Estelle, think we finally give it a shot? It? Oh, you mean a chain craft, right? Well, we did put a lot of sweat into learning these new chain attacks, you know. I say we try them out in a real fight and get a feel for how they work in practice. Works to me. Come on. Right, just say when. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, this takes me back to... Chain crafts are a technique that allow multiple characters to attack in unison, so... I really love this UI. I kind of miss it if I'm being honest. Okay, so craft. Chain 3. To use a chain craft, select the party members to join in, then an attack target, so... No level of CP is required to participate. Necessary CP and maximum participants possible. Displayed in the 30 in the upper left. More participants, the greater attack range. Characters farther back, the combination will also have a greater attack power. So I'd select Analyst. She's the only one in the party. And then select the enemy. So I want to hit these two sticky slugs.
Let's do this thing.
As you can see, there's still some voice acting. It's just only in combat. And I believe these two have the voice actors in this game are the ones that they use in the remake. Okay, we don't have the CP for this, so... What level are these guys? Does it say? These are tutorial enemies, so... It may just be that easy for the time being.
I'm invincible! Or am I?
Piece of cake. Alright, while we're at it. What's up, Estelle? Well, the monster guide. Best to record what we learn as soon as possible after the fight, right? Oh yeah, good thinking. I was totally gonna suggest that. Just give me a second. I'll write this up real quick. So I want... confident penciling. Okay, got it all down. Wait. Ghost monsters. Information about enemies. Okay, wait. Yeah, this is the monster guide. Oh, so there's no battle scope. So in later game, there was battle scopes that you used to scan. But I guess in this one, this was still when you just fought them. I don't mind the fights being shorter. I thought they could drag it on Sundays in the first one. They really can, especially the side missions where you just fight the boss monster. Those could be fucking long as fuck too. I think this game, it's not just this game, it's JRPGs in general, they can kind of suffer from a tedium when it comes to harder fights. because there's no way you can lose, right? You come up with the tactic that's gonna make you win. Just slapped the shit out of 3,000 damage. There's no way you can lose as long as you just do your strat, your winning strat.
Oh yeah.
So the only thing that's slowing you down is the HP bar. And some of the enemies get really inflated HP bars, but they themselves aren't super dangerous. I remember this shit. There we go. And no map in here. There would be in the there'll definitely be maps in the remake, but none here. Luckily you have a turbo button. And these things I can just run around. And what I won't, what I probably won't do is like try to, like I said before, when I initially played through this, I played with a guide, and that guide helped me nearly 100% everything. I'm not hurting to get every single thing in this game because I already have it. That's why I carried everything over for New Game Plus. Not worried about these dudes being too difficult as a trap test. I think I have party-wide, or sorry, map-wide spells. I thought I did. Okay, here we go. Here's one of the party, map-wide spells. That's going to definitely help. They can't even hurt me. Roxy Puppet, that's not... Oh, this is a quirk of the first 3 games. For sale, Reviving Bomb never used. Apparently there was like a bug with the chests when the developers are porting this? Or localizing it or something? So the developers put like these funny messages in the chests if you examine them a second time. I'm not gonna do that because I did that initially and it was a fucking pain. I think you get an achievement and maybe a an item if you examine all the chests twice, but again, I'm not gonna fucking do that shit. I've seen them. A good 10% of them are funny. And there's a lot of chests in this game. Okay, I don't think there's anything in this area. That means we have to go the other way. Specifically in a JRPG, the only fight you really want to like, the only fight you're really looking forward to meeting something is gonna be the final boss, and then maybe one of the not the final boss, but like one of the bosses towards the end. So for me, it'd be like Lawrence being really strong, or yeah, being really difficult in the first game, and then the triple boss fight at the end against Richard and the Guardian, the Reverie Guardian. I'd want those fights to be really long. The other stuff is just like, it's gonna take 20 minutes to kill this fucking boss because he has so much health, but he's not actually dangerous. Attack 1. The good thing is too is that because I'm so high level, these monsters don't like run towards me. I missed the fact that you could hit them in the. You could hit them in this game. Yeah, okay. I could have swore you can actually attack in this game to stun them, but if they're low enough level, it just kills them. But that might be the next game. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Might even be the crossbow games. I'd like to try and get to. I'm not, like I said, I'm not too worried about these chests. I'll get them if they're easy to get to, but a lot of this stuff is not going to help me. Ah, trap chest, of course. Ah, so I don't recall. The red orb starts glowing when the limit break's ready. Cast one, yeah, I don't need shit. But I don't remember how to interrupt. P-charge. Okay, I gotta pull the lever the other way. There we go. I didn't even see him. Okay. I actually missed. Wow. Okay, still. Okay, endgame is still missing those basic monsters in this game. Okay.
I'm invincible! Or am I?
Or am I? Okay. Does this take me to the end? Yes. I hope. Ah, very good. You finally found your way down here. Kurt! Hang on a second. You were at the entrance. How'd you get here before us? To tell you the truth, there are a few secret passages through the channel. While you worked your way down the main path, I simply came here directly. Aw, man. Now all the hard work we put into beating those monsters and stuff feels like a waste. Thanks, Kurt. Anyway, busy work aside, isn't this as deep as the sewers go? This is the end of the line, right? Quite so. Your point? So, the confidential documents are, What's with the... Oh, man, I knew it. I knew it. I'm afraid my role in this exercise is that of an armed foreign infiltrator, here to steal the documents. As we have the same goal, my only option is to remove you. By force. Wait, what? Documents were just an excuse to get us here. The real point of the test is to have an unexpected battle during a mission, isn't it? Indeed. Well spotted, analysts. That being said, prepare yourselves. A low-level Kurt appears. Don't have, I can't even reach him. So this is an aspect of the game. You're actually on a grid like a FF Tactics in a small arena. So, in the arenas, the fighting areas in the remake are so small that movement isn't really that important of a stat. Movement dictates how many tiles you can move in this game. Oh, luckily we have a limit break. This should just obliterate him. So, goodbye, Kurt. This is gonna look so cool in 3D. Oh, he actually survived. Wow. Alright, Estelle. Knock him out. Goodbye, Kurt.
Piece of cake.
1 XP. Beautiful. I wasn't even holding back that time. Well done. That was a clean victory. We've won? Yeah, my arms say otherwise, so we did. Just said after we fucking two-shot his ass. This what do you expect from the artful tactician? 2-on-1 and we barely won. Alright, with the infiltrator neutralized, documents have been recovered. This mission is complete. Okay, so training for today is over, right? Oh, hardly. After a brief lunch at the inn, we'll be heading to the St. Croix forest to the south. I think it's Croix, actually, St. Croix. We will engage in a bit of bonus training there. They give it as a chance to make up for any mistakes you made here. Ugh. Oh boy. Kurt, come on, cut us some slack here. Look at that background. It's just a big-ass JPEG, but it looks fucking awesome. That concludes today's training. So I don't have to manually do that other stuff. You did well, you two. You must be tired, I imagine. Yeah, just a bit. I'll say, feels like my legs are gonna fall off. That was the hardest thing we've done here. We still need to work on your endurance a bit, perhaps. Well, be sure to get some rest this evening. We have quite a day tomorrow. Yes, sir. See you in a bit, Kurt. Today was like hardball play with boulders. It sounds like that's almost it for our training here at Lockley, though. Sure feels like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be almost done, but it makes me feel a little sad at the same time, you know? Earlier was amazing, too. Kurt really is strong, isn't he? He took us both on at once, and I got the feeling he could have kept going. No, there's no way. Hey, no fucking way. Well, yeah, he could probably throw us around like spears. I mean, he got that actual tactician title because he's the second best bracer in all Liberal, you know. The very best is your dad, of course. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, speaking of, I think sure I mentioned this to you once, but there's 7 ranks for senior bracers, G to A. I'm ranked F currently since I've only been senior for half a year. But Kurt's a B, pretty much an A even. He's getting promoted real soon. More sus lines. Rank A, that'd put him on the same level as Zin. Although, there's a certain somewhere out there who can not only take down Kurt, but steal his memory. It's an unresolved plot point from the last game. Do I really have a chance against someone like that? Estelle? What's wrong? You look so serious all of a sudden. Oh, sorry, I was just spacing out for a second, I guess. Spacing out, huh? Spacing out about Joshua, right? Well, you could say that, I guess. I kind of figured as much. I haven't wanted to pry or anything, but Shara did tell me a little bit about what happened. He must be worried sick. I really do hope he's okay. Yeah. But hey, I'm not too worried. Joshua's just a lost boy who ran away from home because of a misunderstanding. I'll bring him back even if I have to tie a leash to his neck and walk him home. Estelle. Jesus. That's the spirit. I'd pay good mirror to see that too. Estelle, keep that up and you will find Joshua. I give it my super shiny senior bracer guarantee. Thanks, Aeolus. But didn't we just finish talking about how you aren't really that old or senior yet? What? Estelle, you meanie face. You're saying I'm like a kid, aren't you? No, that's not what I meant at all. Man, and I'm like 2 years older than you too. Well, to be honest, I'd much rather be your friend than be your superior. So we're friends forever, right? Yeah, you bet. Okay then, time to scoot off to bed and rest for tomorrow. You seem kind of bushed, Estelle. You want to skip tomorrow's morning practice? No, that's okay. No matter how tired I get, a good night's sleep here always seems to charge me right back up. As long as you're up for it, I'm good. Sweet, we'll do some more stuffing beating tomorrow morning then, Kay? For now, though, good night. Good night, Analyst. Analyst is 18, yes. I think Estelle's still 16. I don't quite remember. I think she is still 16. I'm trying to remember the timeline of these games. I am kind of beat. Time to go crash into a nice warm bed. Oh, hang on. We did get a lot of sepet during the training mission today. Building a new set of quartz sounds like a terrible idea because I'm not going to do that because I have all the quartz I'll ever need for the rest of the game. Maybe I should go bug Robert before going to bed. New sim target unlocked. Oh, Analyst. It's the rivet, isn't it? Is that a Heaven's Eye quartz you have there? I'll be damned, that's some pretty high-grade quartz that you cheated in from your previous playthrough. You need to upgrade an Orbin slot in order to set one of those, but your Orbin slots are already upgraded because, again, you cheated everything in because you already beat this game. It requires a fair bit of Sepith, which you have tons of. It also increased your Orbin's EP charge capacity, so you should give it a try. Okay, yeah, I know this stuff. So in this game, I don't think it was in the previous one, but when you upgrade these slots, you actually get a stat bonus. In this game, it's your mana. You get more mana when you upgrade these slots. Of course, mine are maxed, so let's go ahead and save. I suppose, since the monsters didn't scale, this is gonna be more like a visual novel, which is completely and utterly fine to me. I'll save the proper fighting for the fucking remake when it comes out later this year. Slumber! So tired. Time to hit the hay and get ready for tomorrow. I will say this, there's a lot more walking in these old forms of the games, and there's a lot more fighting. Especially with the lack of real-time combat. There's no real-time combat in this one like there was in the remake later Trails games. Did I hear something? Don't care. Slumber. Wake up. What is that sound? Wait a minute. Is that gunfire? Estelle! Estelle, are you awake? Annalise! Estelle, you're awake. Thank Adios. Come on, grab your gear. Right. Hey, is that really gunfire, or...? Yeah, we're under attack by somebody. I don't know who. Kurt's trying to fight them off, but we need to go help him. Piano Man going hard. That should hold them off for a moment. Oh, you alright? He's not. Kurt, your arm. It's nothing, just a scratch. It's far more important that we put an end to this intrusion. Kurt! Kurt, are you okay? You're injured. Estelle, Annalise. Forgive me. I let my guard down. As you can see, the lodge is under attack by a group of armed men. I need your help in driving them away. Roger. But they hurt you, Kurt. Who the heck are these guys? I'm not entirely certain, but I got a fairly good look at their gear when fighting a moment ago. Judging from its design, I would guess they're Jaegers, which we talked about briefly in the first game. AKA mercenaries. Jaegers? Hang on, you mean those elite crazy mercenaries I heard about in Gransel? But why would they be here? Outside of Liberal, the Guild and the Jaegers are dire enemies. It's not out of the question that they would dare to attack us here. It would be oddly brazen even for them. Given that, though, this could very well be at the behest of the society. What? You mean... Uh-oh. This fight was a pain, initially. Yeah! Son of a... This fight was fucking annoying, dude. This guy right here, I think he actually killed me when I initially went through. Luckily, that's not gonna happen anymore. Because I am a god. With a really big stick. Come here. Prick.
I'm invincible!
She is invincible.
Or am I?
You managed to win, somehow. Okay, whoever you are, drop the weapon and surrender. You brats are better than I thought. Still not good enough, though. What? Oh no, not the smokes. Ah. Smoke bomb. Teehee. Nighty night, little kittens. Morning already. Feels to hear. What? The post fight lines while barely waiting to be funny, yeah. God, that fight was so hard as soon as I two-shot him. What the heck? We're in the goddess's name. I remember an attack and then... Annalise! Wake up, Annalise. Oh no. A stuffed bunny and a stuffed teddy bear. Ooh, which one to pick? I take them all, Grandpa. What the heck kind of dream? Atlas! Come on, wake up! This is not the time. Huh? Oh, morning is still. Alright. Time for morning practice. No, it is not time for morning practice. Just wake up already. Get it together. Huh? Wait. Estelle? What's going on? This isn't my bedroom. That attack thing was just a bad nightmare, right? Boy, don't I wish. If we both remember it, though, I kinda doubt it was a dream. Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. Ah, Man, looks like we lost the match. No points for me. Analyst, why do I get the sense you're still half asleep? I love Analyst. He's a funny meme. St. Croix Forest. Anyway, let's go over what we know, get our bearings and stuff. So last night, a group of men who looked just a bit like Jaegers attacked the lodge. I remember Kurt was wounded, and right after we arrived, an enemy jumped in through the window. And right after that, it was lights out for me. Yeah, that matches what I remember. The question is, how the heck did we end up here? Good question. That is kind of weird. It looks like they left most of our stuff on us, but... yeah, all my new combat gear is missing. Man. Oh yeah, mine too. So that means we were probably brought here by... who brought Estelle and Analyst into the forest? I don't remember the answers to these questions. Kurt? Somehow I kind of doubt that. Nope. Kurt was injured. I don't think he could have carried the both of us far in his condition. Yeah. Besides, Kurt won't leave us defenseless out here. Most likely answer is the Jaegers, but in that case, why didn't they tie us up or, I don't know, stab us or something? I guess that would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it? They just left us in the open. Mr. Jack! Welcome, welcome. Here's lovely night too. Oh, I hope you're having a lovely night as well. Thank you so much. I'm slaying some people at moments, so I shall be lurking. Alright. You slay them good, you slay them hard. And have a good time. Enjoy your lurk. And thank you so much. Well, let's see. After knocking us out and disarming us, something happened and they had to quickly retreat somewhere else, leaving us behind. Yeah, that's pretty believable. In that case, sticking around here is like asking to get our heads cut off. But still, you still have that map? Oh yeah, we still have some of our stuff, so... here it is. Here's the map. I thought so. The St. Croix Forest, where we were training last night. I'm guessing that's where we are now. So, in that case, our first goal should be getting out of the forest and checking the lodge, right? Yeah, I want to see if we can find Kurt and make sure he's okay. Like you said, we gotta get out of this stupid forest. Alright then, let's get out of here. We're basically sitting ducks without a gear, remember, so we need to be careful. Got it. It'd be nice if we could reclaim our gear somehow. Oh, did I actually take all my gear away? It shouldn't matter much, because we still get raw stats from leveling up. No, I've got everything. Our plot gear is missing. What's this? A Jaeger 10? That'd be my guess. Let's take a peek inside, we might find something useful. 5 tier bombs, 2 EP charges. Looks like that's everything. The forest isn't stupid. Don't make fun of St. Croix Forest. You hurt its feelings. Its forest feelings. Darn it. I was hoping we'd find our gear in there. I wish it was that easy. Still, the tent's in good shape. We could probably nap here if we need to take a quick rest. I think there's a rest spot. We don't have time to just lounge around, so if we really need a rest, we should keep it in mind. Good idea. Okay, I don't remember if there's anything else to find around here. Doesn't look like it. That was a monster. Okay, I thought that was just foliage in the map. Okay. Dead. The lack of map is going to slow things down just a little bit. Armor. Do you think this could be our equipment? Sure, looks like it. The rest of our stuff might be hidden around like this, which we don't really need. Cool, I'd kind of like to avoid fighting the monsters. We do need to find our stuff. I'll also avoid them when I can. I don't remember if you have to find everything in the chests to continue. It might be a BP thing as well. It's going to be far less painful in the remake because I'll have a map to look at and optimize the direction I can move. Oh boy, okay. We're gonna follow my dungeon crawling rule, always left. Find our way out eventually. I do miss the combat arenas actually being part of the map in the remake too, and later games. In this one, it just kind of sticks you in a generic square. Go to a big fucking circle. There's the other armor piece. St. Croix Forest. Ranger Survival Skills Training Grounds. Hey, the sign. Looks like a guidepost to me. We passed by this way yesterday, so I'm sure this is the way out. Awesome. Now we can get out of the forest by going this way. If I played through this normally, this probably would have taken me a good 3 hours to get to this point. Analyst, I think that's the exit. Finally, I thought we'd never get out. Oh, dearie me. I take my eyes off you for 1 second and you run away. Such naughty, naughty children. Oh shit. Gunfire. Tee. Welcome to my hunting grounds, kittens. A woman! Estelle, watch out! Whoever she is, she's good. Ooh, sharp enough to pick up on that, are we? Not only that, but you're already back on your feet after getting a face full of gas. That's slightly impressive. That's abrasive for you, I suppose. Pointlessly tough, if nothing else. Hey, whoever you are, what's going on here? Why are you attacking the training grounds? What did we ever do to you? Oh, kitten, you're assuming I need to answer the questions. Now you have 2 choices. Surrender quietly, or we have a little hunting party. Damn it. I just don't have the equipment to fight her, she said as she had her endgame weapon equipped. We fight. Analyst, right behind you. Oh yes, kittens, that's right. I'm closer now. Let's put an end to our little hunt. I'd like to see Estelle's limit breaks. Just as a little comparison. Scatter shot. She missed us completely with her fucking shotgun. Okay, what is the button to? I could have swore it was L1, but that's a camera button. Hold on a second. I'll have to look at the options. Okay. These used to heal her? I didn't know. I didn't realize. I don't think they heal in the remake. Okay, let's see what they look like, because we haven't seen these yet. This is Pummel. Kaboom.
Piece of cake.
Not bad. Seems I underestimated you a little. That'll teach you to look down on bracers. Your first mistake was assuming we're just a pair of clueless little girls. My, so spirited and fiery now. We'll have to do something about that. This again? Estelle, hold your breath. Not the smoke. Anything but the smoke. Oh, kittens. You realize we've already captured the tactician already, yes? You're all alone here now. Just give up and surrender. It'll be easier. She got away. You probably shouldn't chase her, right, Analyst? Yeah, bad idea. Way too obvious a trap. Hey, Estelle. She said we've captured the tactician, didn't she? Oh. Yeah, she was probably talking about Kurt. She had to be. Please, no. Hey, don't worry. Even if he was caught, this is Kurt we're talking about. He'll be fine. Besides, this is the sort of thing we've been training for. You really think so? Emergency decision making, survival techniques, counterterrorism skills. Yeah, you're right. We'll put what we've learned to use and save Kurt. That's the analyst I know. Hey, how about we return to the lodge real quick? We should check to see if the enemies occupied it for starters. Good point. Off we go then. Okay, so return to the guild lodge. Well, from the outside, looks like nobody's here. Now, the thing is, too, is even though I'm level 90, towards the end of the game, as we progress through the game, rather, I am going to become weaker and weaker. And the final, I don't see me getting any level. I might get one level between now and the end of the game, but the end of the game is still going to be pretty. I gotta be using tactics for the end game fights. That's my assumption anyway. Because I'm getting 1 XP from all these enemies. From the outside, it looks like nobody's here. Yeah, should be safe to nose around inside. There might be traps or something though, so let's be careful. Got it. Oh, I think if you wanted the extra BP, you'd examine stuff, but I don't recall. No, I guess not. Yeah, I love that JPEG. What a mess. Oh, there's a pool of blood. Oh. That spear looks a lot like Kurt's. Snapped in half. Well, let's have a look around. Yeah. There might be clues or something. Right. The floor is stained with blood. Is this Kurt's? I think so. But I mean, there isn't a lot from so his injuries probably aren't fatal. Yeah. Poor Kurt. He never stood a chance. A broken spear is lying on the ground. It appears to belong to Kurt. Check the phone. The orbital telephone has been smashed to pieces. Dang it. No surprise from pro-mercenaries, I guess. No way they wouldn't cut all the obvious means of communication. Yeah, they don't want us calling for any reinforcements. Damn, that's gonna make this even harder. The barrels of foodstuffs are empty. The enemy took our food, too? Yeah, they're the only ones who would have, I think. And I don't see Phyllis anywhere. No blood, thank Adios. I wonder what happened. Let's go to examine the window. The window is broken, and shards of glass line the floor. This is the window that Jaeger leapt through last night, right? Yeah, he was really skilled. You could tell from the way he handled himself, and the way he ate shit after getting hit once. There are bits of paper left behind, indicating something was torn away from the board. Wasn't there a map pinned up on here? Yeah, just like the ones we have. If they have that, then that means... Okay, so we've given the lodge a once-over. It looks like the second floor is completely untouched. They only roughed up the first floor. Yeah, I get the feeling there might be a reason for that. And now that we know that, I think I have an idea about what the enemy is doing. You do? Some of it still doesn't quite make sense, but a few of the pieces are coming together, I think. Think about it. We've seen what's in the lodge, and there was that tent in the forest. If you put together the clues we found in those 2 places... Oh, I think I get it. Retreat from the local... I think it's moved to the new base. Exactamundo. Glad we're on the same page still. The tent was probably a staging point for attacking the lodge, which means it was abandoned because they moved somewhere else. Oh, I get it. But they're obviously not using the lodge as a base either. Well, they probably realize that it's hard to defend the lodge. If the guild ends up sending reinforcements, they're in a defensible position where they can keep the hostages. So they must have taken a position somewhere in the Lockley that they think they could defend easily. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So the only place like that around here would be... You two. Oh, Robert. You're safe. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Last night, Kurt gave me a chance to get away. I've been hiding ever since then. Oh, okay. We're still really glad you're safe. Forgive me, I ran away and abandoned everyone. A pathetic excuse for a man, I know. Don't be so hard on yourself. These are Jaegers after all. Yes, she's right. If anything, we're lucky they have one less hostage. I see. Thank you, girls. So do you two have any idea where Kurt and Phyllis are? You mentioned hostages. Well, the Stellan analysts relayed their theory that the enemy had taken the two as hostages and moved to a new base. I get it. A base that'd be easy to defend. Grimsel Fortress, then. Has to be. Grimsel what? There's a fortress in the canyon? Well, we call it a fortress, but it isn't really one. It's a new training ground we built recently, based on modern military facilities. The idea is to train bracers and counter terror operations and hijack military bases, that sort of thing. Never realized there was a place like that in the canyon. It is on the map, though. Analysts. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, you two are thinking of taking the fight to them all by yourselves, are you? You need to at least call for the guild for backup, or... They smashed the phone to bits, Robert. They smashed my phone? Those... Robert, calm down, please. Can you try and fix the phone? If you can get it working, contact the guild as soon as you can. Let them know what's happened. Okay. If you need me to tune your orbits, just stop by the workshop. Good luck, girls. I'll be praying for you. Okay, let's go, Estelle. Time to make a 2-girl assault on Grimsel Fortress. Let's do it. Now I gotta talk to Robert. Robert is not helpful to me at all. Go ahead and save real fast. Right, Grimsel. Grimsel Fortress. So this is Grimsel Fortress. Oh, this is one weirdo training facility. Anyway, I don't see or hear anyone from out here, but... Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see the footprints of several people who've come through here recently. Looks like that tracking training actually paid off. Anyway, given the number of footprint sets, there can't be that many enemies. 3 people? Maybe 4? Our enemies are good and they outnumber us, but we're senior bracers. There's nothing we can't beat. Heck yeah, let's give it everything we got. Right you are, analysts. Can move the camera here. And inside. Oh boy, okay. Trying not to run into these enemies. Okay, this is useless. Yep, don't need that. I gotta be careful with turbo mode, because I won't see something and I'll walk right into it. Gate open. What the heck is with this building? Fake walls and weird gimmicks? Don't you find this sort of stuff in military bases as a security thing? You know, a movable wall? I guess this place really is used for, like, infiltration or escape training. Military-themed course. Ah, great. It's like I'm trapped in Lacen Fortress all over again. But anyway, I suppose that this thing is active, the Jaegers are in the building? I'd say it's a good bet. Good news is, our enemies probably don't know this place any better than we do. If we proceed carefully and deliberately, we should be cool. Oh. What's wrong, Estelle? Did I say something bad? Carefully and deliberately. I remember Cher always telling me the same thing. Whoops, my dark horrible past is exposed. Yeah, that's something Cher used to tell me a lot. She was my mentor for a while when I was still a newbie, you see. And well, I was kind of a super scatterbrain. I heard that line so much so it eventually got burned into my skull. Yeah, I got a pretty good idea of what you mean. Joshua was just as fond of that saying as Cher was. But neither of them are here now, huh? It's just us. Yeah, it's all on us. Let's go, analysts. Carefully and deliberately, right? Maybe even deliberately and carefully. Here we go. Another one. I don't know what that does. I'm just kind of floundering around right now because I don't remember the layouts of these places. Vroom. Okay, looks like this should work. Bugs. Ah, damn. That rabbit just shot pellets at me like a fucking machine gun. One shot everything in the space. Ow. There we go.
Oh yeah.
What I should do is put a break generator on Estelle, because that'll speed this up significantly. So the Divine Cross is all right, but I'd like, yeah, one of these, I think, or even both, really. The only thing is I have to be careful. The Grail Locket prevents all statuses. Yeah, put that on her. And instant kill effects still occur, and I don't. I might be super high level, but I can still get one shot if the wrong spell is cast on me, so I just need to be careful. Oh god, this shit again. I remember this shit. And we're blind. All I can do is run. The good news is, I think only one person needs to have this on. You would find night goggles in one of the chests in here, and this lets you see enemies nearby. Wow, okay, so whoever is wearing it is not blind.
Or am I?
Whoever is not wearing it is fucking blind. And of course, there's no map. EP charge.
Piece of cake.
Luckily, my stats are pretty high. And blindness is only a % chance to miss. Accuracy down. I already killed this one. Sorry, maybe? No. Sorry. After this fight, I need to look and see what my limit break
Oh yeah.
interrupt weapon or bind is, because I would like to know it now because it's gonna come up later. Oh, I guess there is no no controls page. All right, I'll just deal with it. I'm just gonna leave these goggles on. I think there's more dark spots or dark places. Explore. ID unit. What's this? Seems like some kind of device. Also, kind of looks like an Orban switch. Well, probably good to take it with us, right? This place is a training facility, so it might be used to open trap areas or something. Good point. Even just getting here has been a lot of gates, pitch black rooms and stuff, so... Well, they always saying to be prepared, right? Anyway, let's get going. Yeah. You obtained a usable event item. Throughout the story, you'll run into certain story events that require using one of these in order to proceed. Okay, so these are story items. No bunnies? No bunnies? The door appears to have a lock mechanism, but there's no obvious lever. Hey, analysts, you think this device might be... Yeah, it looks like it's a machine to control the door's lock. If we use it, the door should open. How do you use the darn thing? I don't see a lever or anything. Maybe there's something to open it else somewhere. Why don't we go back and... Hey, that's right. You think of something? Remember that device we just picked up like 10 seconds ago? Near the stairs? Ah, that weird piece of junk. Yep, maybe we should try it out. Come on, what do you say? I don't mind trying, but I don't know if it'll be that easy. Take advantage of usable event items. Open the items tab. Okay, so I have to actually go into this thing and then open it manually. So what's it? There it is. Activated ID unit. Whoa. Gate open. It really opened. Justice prevails. Alright, let's keep our eyes peeled and carry on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's a Healy. You know what that means. Boss time. Okay, I'm gonna take these goggles off Analysts. Because they're not really gonna help her at all. Back to... This will be nice. This'll work. Finally made your way here, did ya? You friggin' brats. Brats. You! So you finally show your face. Welcome to the newest outpost of the Jaegers in the Le Mans State, kidlets. Kidlets? Did you have fun with all those great traps we left for you? Yeah, barrel of last, thanks for that. More to the point, I'm guessing you're keeping Kurt and Phyllis behind that door, right? How about you let him go before I pry off that mask and paint your face with my sword? Haha, chirp all you want, little chicks. You've come so far not even realizing this would be your grave. How sad, how very like a bracer. Isn't that our line? I have no idea what you guys are trying to accomplish here, but you really backed yourselves into a corner. The heck do you... yeah, Guild of Reinforcements are gonna be here soon. Once they get here, you're out of luck. Try again, girlies. We smashed your phone. Just how did you make contact with any reinforcements without that? Well... Oh crap, I need to pull out a really good bluff. What kind of bluff will you use? Smoke signals. We contacted the base of the mountain with smoke signals. It's not like we were completely unprepared for an emergency, you know. Estelle? Haha, what a cute little lie, girly. It's funny. I was on the roof a little while ago, so why didn't I see any smoke? At all. I guess that was a little too simple. Either way, you brats are an eyesore. Best use for your skins will be as cleaning rags for our new base. Die. Alright, bring it on, you monster. We won't lose. For the guild. Analyst says limit break. I get 3 limit break gauge per turn? Damn. Why is Analyst is so high then? Oh, we're gonna limit break this bitch. Kablooey. He's pretty tanky. I'll give him that. That's right, there's no attacks of opportunity in this game. I keep thinking... I think of like D&D when enemies enter into melee range and then exit. Yep. And... Kablooey. Dead. 3 XP. Ugh. We won. The way he fights. Yeah, you noticed too, Estelle? It's like... Guys sure are good at being tricked. Man, you guys are great. What a beatdown. Oh, crap. More enemies. No. Come on, I'm not even changing my voice anymore. Don't tell me you can't figure it out. That voice. Girly yet tough. No way. Carta? Bingo. Analyst, Estelle. It's really been a while, hasn't it? A while, yeah. But what are you doing in a Jaeger suit? Wait, that means the guy over there is... Grant? Hole in one. Hey, you two. Great work. Great work. Wait, do you mean this is all... And at last, comprehension dawns. Estelle, Analyst, excellent work on your final training course. Final training? So, everything since last night's attack has been a performance? Exactly. This is a long-standing Lockley tradition. The idea is to put trainees in a life-threatening situation in order to see how well they utilize their newly earned skills. Are you freaking kidding me? When Kurt told us your finals were coming up, we rode our butts out here from Liberal to help you out. It was a lot of fun. Fun? Oh, you guys are all the worst. Seriously, we really thought it was hitting the fan. You're out of my minds with worry. Well, that was part of the point, in fact. And just so you're aware, real Jaegers would not have been half as gentle. Well, I know it's hard for you two to imagine since the Jaegers are barred from operating in Liberal, but across the rest of the continent, bracers and Jaegers are at each other's throats almost constantly. So most bracers have to be prepared to fight in life-threatening situations at any moment. We want to make sure Liberalian newbies get a chance to experience that. I know it seems rough, but we're not being mean just for cruelty's sake. That's no fair. How am I supposed to go on a good complaining jag after hearing something like that? Yeah, no fair. Oh, looks like you're finally done beating the stuffing out of one another. Phyllis. Phyllis was in on the conspiracy too? I can't trust any of you. I don't know, conspiracy is a bit much. They said they needed me for your test, so I worked hard to remember my lines. I made a perfect tragic lodge keeper heroine, if you ask me. Yeah, we were totally fooled last night. Excellent work, you two. And here's the last little liar. You were all in on it? So I'm guessing the telephone... Yeah, that was an old piece of junk I had lying around. I kept the real phone somewhere safe. I've already remounted it, so no worries. Am I getting beat up by Cardo? We have Cardo, we have Analyst. Shara was around earlier. Actually, I was supposed to be a hostage myself and not show up today, but, well, I really wanted to see you use the new orbments. Man, you guys seriously covered every angle. I guess it's our fault for getting tricked, huh? As much as I hate to admit it, yeah. If you think about it rationally, a lot of stuff didn't make any sense. It just shows how far we have to go, I guess. Don't be too hard on yourselves. As Carter and Grant said, the point of this exercise was to give you a life-threatening experience to work through with your skills. In that sense, the exercise has been a runaway success. Now then, Analyst Elfeed. I think it's Elfeed. Yes. Estelle Bright. Yes, sir. As of this moment, you have completed the Lockley training program. You have learned a great deal over the past month. So then, tomorrow 2 tickets on the next flight to Liberal have already been arranged for you. Nothing more will happen tonight, I promise, so rest easy. Terrific. Well then, tonight we congratulate our new graduates and stuff them properly at a nice big farewell party. Just talk about stuffing Analysts and stuffing Estelle is just not, it's not sitting right, man. Meanwhile, Liberal Kingdom. Location unknown. Uh-oh. A red airship. Oh, God. Okay. Refrain from the stuffing joke. I think after that area, I don't think they talk about getting stuffed anymore. Strange kid. Oh, what a lovely little hideaway. The professor's taste remains excellent as always. You're late, Campanella. Look at that coat. Why, Mr. Bladelord, hello. It's been so very long. The last 6 months were so dreadfully dreary without you. I doubt you mean that. I understand you handled the attacks on those bracer guilds in Erebonia. You must have enjoyed playing with Cassius Bright. So this is Lawrence. Joshua says his name. I always pronounced it low, but I guess it's like a German name. His name changes a few times throughout the series. In later games, he's called Luve, but in the remake, I noticed that Joshua pronounced his name Leve. So, fuck if I know, man. This is Lawrence. You must have enjoyed playing with Cassius Bright. Aw, you heard about that already. There goes half my fun. But oh yes, the man was incredible. There's no way he could have known about me, and yet he always managed to put together a proper counter to everything I did. As a result, I broke one of our Jaeger Corps, I'm afraid. You broke Jester, huh? I did train them to some degree, but normal men do have their limits. I suppose throwing them up against the Divine Blade was too much to ask of such men. But hey, I managed to keep him tied up until your little sabotage mission was completed. So all's well that ends well. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You were looking forward to having some fun with him yourself, weren't you? A little. But the blade has been bound by the chains of duty. There's no longer any hope of stopping us through official means. He's no longer a threat. Looks like the professor's plan succeeded brilliantly. The other members are already in Liberal then. Yes, we all conferred for the first time yesterday. Blue Blanc has apparently been here for a while, however. The Phantom Thief, the Dire Wolf, the Bewitching Bell, and the Angel of Slaughter. All of them powerful, and not a normal one in the lot. Mind you, you're not exactly one to be talking on that score, Oh, speaking of the hopelessly crazy, what about him? Is he still playing hard to get? This is going to be so much fun. Out of all the enforcers, he's the finest undercover operative we had. Well, had. I wonder how long he can evade the sight of the Blade Lord and the Faceless. It is hard he abandoned the society years ago, with all that entails. I doubt he'll be able to pose any real threat. I'm not sure I'd say that. Here he is. Professor Alba. Now know him as Weissman. Hello, Campanella. Good of you to come all this way. You have my sincere thanks for your excellent work in delaying Cassius Bright. It was no trouble. It was a fun bit of work, in fact. Speaking of fun, though, I must say I've taken a look at your plan. It seems like you're preparing to have quite a lot of fun. Well, well, such praise from the fool. I'm flattered. I think you'll find it to be even more enjoyable in practice. Compounding your delight will be the fact that everyone participating is pursuing their own individual goals as well. Myself included, of course. Even our fine silver-haired friend here has his own plans in mind. I won't deny it. I'll kindly ask you not to imply anything about my loyalty, however. Now, it was simply a jest, nothing more. Oh, I see. There's more than meets the eye here. I do so love such games. Well, either way, your bad taste is a special kind of artistry to it, Professor. As for me, I'm going to make sure I enjoy myself. Come now, bad taste. You wound me. Regardless, you're free to watch the plan unfold to your heart's content. You are, after all, a representative of the Grand Master. Oh, I intend to. And so, Enforcer number 0, Campanella the Fool, enters the audience. Well, Weissman, I shall enjoy watching the Anguis's gospel plan unfold to the very end. As a reminder, the gospel is that strange black orbment it was used at the end of the last game. Meanwhile, Erebodian Empire, Southern Regions, 120 Selgi, the Liberalian border. The cap was Joshua. Black-haired boy. Come on. This is Joshua. Karen, I'm home. Hey. Joshua, where'd you go? Good. Here you are. Josette looks better in this 90s style than she does in the remake, in my opinion. Sheesh, don't freak me out like that. Running off on your own? Ugh. Why did you follow me? I told you, I have personal business here, and you did not need to come. Oh, thanks. Real cute with the gratitude there. And after I ran out here to look for you. Yeah, plus being all, hey, mind your own business. That's like asking us to follow you. See, I never realized Kyle had a ponytail either. It doesn't really show in this style. He's distinctively got one in the remake. I don't quite get the interest, though. I think about burned out shells and ruins here. The place looks old, too. We lived up on the Northern March a few years back, but I never heard anything about a town in the south burning to the ground. Bit of a shock, this. What was this village called, lad? Hamel. That's what it was called, once. Hamel? Never heard of it. Kyle, you ever heard of it? Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid. You got anything, Don? Think about a second. The Imperial government might have said something about a Hamel way back when. No, it's been too long. Can't remember what it was about. Real help, bro. Thanks. My business here is done. I thank you for coming out here, even though it doesn't really concern you. Well, it's no big, but mind if I ask something? You're acting way differently than the first time we met. What's Joshua doing with these blueberry head fucks? You aren't leading us on or anything, are you? That's a little ironic coming from you. As I seem to recall, you were putting on quite the performance when we first met. What I used to do was not really all that different. What? So, what, is this the real you or something? The real me. You want to think of it that way, you can. The point is, I'm hardly a bracer any longer, and I'm certainly not the young junior bracer you remember. We're obviously missing some details, but I can respect the fact that you have your own reasons for doing what you do. Besides, you seem a bit easier to trust now, with being more honest in a way. Not quite like before, when you were wearing a sheepskin, I guess you'd call it. Besides, we owe you for saving us in the Royal Army. We'll let your little insolences slide for now. You hardly need to let anything slide. So edgy and so cool now. Got a white scarf. I saved you because I require some useful pawns. All I need is for you to work enough to pay that debt back. You really have a thing for getting the last word in, don't you? Well, it doesn't matter to us. Your plan is exactly what we needed anyway. We're making plenty use of you, too, Mr. Chessmaster. As you wish. Simply remaining in my company puts you in a great deal of danger. I'll support you to the best of my ability through what is to come. He bursts at the best, though he does. To the best of... ungrateful, unreliable, and uncute. And to think I thought, even for a second... Shut it. Just drop it, okay? Josette, calm down. The point is, we're allies until we all achieve our goals. We'll be counting on you, Joshua. Yes, as am I with you. Well, shall we head out? Yes, let's return. To the land being swallowed by the creeping shadow. To liberal. That was edgy as fuck, Joshua. People don't talk like that, Joshua. The prologue, A Maiden's Resolve, ends. So completing that normally probably would have took me another hour and a half to 2 hours, I would say. Oh boy, the sealed area. So this is the area that's beneath the castle in Gransel. As I say, the final dungeon of the first game. Kevin. Adios. That was one heck of a trip. If it's much further, I think my legs are gonna pop off. Well, you can relax now. This is the lowest floor of the sealed area. Wait, really? Ah, thank the goddess. If you told me we were only halfway down, I think I'd have flown off the meter right about now. Really, Father Kevin, you're being a little too humble. I can tell you're extremely well trained for a priest. If you were not, I doubt you could do the job you do. Kazing, read like a book. A children's book at that. Well, it's no big if you figured it out. We're closer to Von... if I'm saying this right. Von Ausley's family, anyway. Speaking of my job, that thing the mayor of Ruan had. The Chronos Rod. In accordance with our pact, it's being kept safely secured using the prescribed methods. We can hand it off to you whenever you wish. Perfect, thanks. So anyway, the thing we discussed earlier. Mind showing it to me? It's down here, right? Yes, follow me. Ah, there's the Reverie Guardian that we killed. Oh now, would you look at this? I imagine even the church will have difficulty deciding what to do with this, yes? The sort of artifact isn't so much big as it is gargantuan. Mind if I take a closer look? As you like. Queen has given her permission. Please, if you understand any of this, share your thoughts. So this is the Ring Guardian that was in the report, huh? It's kind of similar to the Archaism excavated in Calvard, but I wish I could have seen it moving. And this. This thing's an artifact from the last years of the ancient Sumerian civilization, which makes it at least 1200 years old. It's clear the core of the structure, but there's no clear indication as to what it actually does. Analysis of artifacts seems to be impossible with modern tools. They work on the same principle that energy is an orban, but their internal structure is entirely different from an orban's. That's what Professor Russell told us at least. The church refers to these as gifts from the goddess, given too early. And over here is... So just after the black orban you called the gospel was used, all the giant pillars that were in here were set into the floor? Yes, all 4 pillars set into the floor like this one. Even 2 months later, we're not even sure what it means, if anything. Okay, so a seal on the Oreo... Fucking Oreo. On the Oriole, a gospel was used. And then the device in here spoke of device towers and a second barrier. I think I'm starting to see what kind of system is at work here. System? What system? There's nothing else here. Well, call it gut instinct at this point, but I think this was some sort of gate. Gate. Bingo. Call it a gate on the trail that leads to the goddess's treasure. And the thing that opens it is a black key called a gospel. If you think about it like that, the Oriole being AWOL makes a lot more sense. But where's this trail of yours then? This is the lowest floor. It's in the sky. 2nd chapter. According to the professor, the ruins extend no further. Think a little less literally. It's not a trail you see with your eyes when normally walk. It could be the septium veins that run through the earth, or maybe it's some route we can't even imagine. But that's where we'll find a clue that will lead to the Oriole. Oh, Father Kevin is much more than he seems. Sneaking Shadows, Chapter 1. What time is it? Actually make a really good time. We'll go for a bit longer. We probably won't finish this chapter, but we'll definitely make some significant progress. I think, I'll definitely do the side quests. Especially since they're going to be a lot faster now with this endgame equipment. Plus there's some world building stuff in the side quests as well. Phew. Being on an airship for over half a day is kind of tiring, huh? We know how to stretch our legs though. Let's go report the completion of our training in duty readiness. Estelle? Hello? Oh, yeah. You're right. We should go say hi to Elnon. Hey, are you... Estelle, you got a case of the nerves, don't you? Yeah, I do. I don't know why either. I didn't feel this way at all before I went to training, but now... Somehow, thinking that I'm really going to be a full bracer now is making me really, really antsy. I get it. You're trembling with excitement, I bet. Excitement, huh? You've grown way, way stronger over this past month, Estelle. And not just in, like, the whacking stuff with the stick department. You're more knowledgeable, careful, and you make better judgments. Now you're about to start hunting down the mystery creepos who want to doom us all or whatever. You're gonna bring Joshua back. I bet all that's only just now sinking in for you. Yeah, when you put it that way, that is how I'm feeling. Ah, I'm such a dimwit. Like a mountain climber who didn't even bother looking up at how big the mountain before her is. Having second thoughts about climbing it? No way. If anything, I'm even more fired up now than I used to be. No matter how big a mountain is, you can only climb it one step at a time anyway. Even if I have to crawl, I'll reach the top no matter what. That's more like it. Okay, we can head over to the guild? Let's go. Let us go. Okay. I see. The both of you have done well. Well then, here's your reward based on your performance during training. You get paid for training? Not that I'll complain, but are you sure? Naturally, it is part of your job after all. It won't be a problem so long as you put your new skills to good use for the guild. Right, I'll do my best. Alright. Current rank is Bracer G class. It does seem like you two had quite a fulfilling training period. You even carry yourselves differently. It was, I learned a lot. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to go again. I'm glad to hear it. Speaking of which, Kurt and the others remain at the training grounds, correct? Yeah, Karna and Grant are doing some expert level stuff, I think. They said they won't be back for a while. I think I get what Elnan is poking at, though. The guild's down 3 full skilled bracers now. We're gonna be really busy from now on. And on top of that, Cassius is still devoting all his time to the military, right? Oh yeah. If I remember right, he's currently working out of Lacen Fortress. Cassius, Brigadier General Bright, has been welcomed back into the army and is now head of military command. He's essentially the head of Her Majesty's Royal Army at this point. What? He's the head of the army now? I thought General Morgan had that position. As I understand it, that was the original idea, but Morgan himself proposed giving Cassius full reign. He seems to be entrusting the future of the army to your father, Estelle. The future? Entrusted to Dad? Well, we're doomed then. Well, I can see Cassius being given that much responsibility, you know? It's gonna mean we're down our S-rank hero too, though. I think it's safe to say we'll have plenty of support from the military from now on. However, at the same time, we have new threats to concern ourselves with. Huh? Right, you mean the Society. Did they start to do stuff while we were away? No, they've done nothing obvious, but that is admittedly how they work. What has happened are several strange occurrences over the past month. One example would be the changes in the wild beasts and monsters in various regions. The monsters have changed. Do you mind defining change, Elnan? I hope it isn't what I think it is. To start with, heretofore undocumented types of monsters are showing up all across the country. Even the existing raid from Doomguard! Ah! The time has come. He's come to claim the XP that I stole from him and all his loots. Lord of Bristinger, it's good to see you. It's not so good to see the Doom Guy, because he's a villain and villains need to be put down. Unfortunately, I'm at a disadvantage here.
Fear
welcome.
the tube.
Oh yes, there we go. Attack up buff. Now I can drive him off with this cardboard tube. Give him a little thwump here, a little thwack there. There's a rogue. Oh, it's a roguelite. Oh, okay. I thought when I died I lose everything. But if I get to keep all my items, it's fine. Slay me as you will. welcome, Riggers. We're just playing Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter now. I will forewarn any of you, if you have any interest in this series at all, there's going to be a lot of spoilers for the first game. If that's completely fine, you don't care all that much, well, I hope you enjoy your stay. For those of you who aren't aware of who I am called Survivor, and I love RPGs. New ones, old ones, Western ones, JRPGs, Japanese RPGs. I think especially Japanese RPGs. So you'll find a lot of that here on this channel. You get to fight over and over and over and over until the end of time. Until one wants a break, and then we get right back into it. But yes, welcome. Please enjoy your stay. We just finished the prologue to the second Trails game, and Doomguide, have you been enjoying it's Expedition 33? Their score is royally fucking me up. I saw you I saw you struggling against Renoir earlier. I appreciate not wanting to wait for the remaster and just going to the original. Story must have caught you pretty good. It does. It has. I'm not new to this series. I've gotten up to Daybreak 1. But I took a indefinite break from Daybreak 1. Because the first remake came out and I was hyped as fuck to play through it. I played it front to back on stream and that was really fun. Especially introducing some of my viewers to the story that I talk so highly of. And seeing it from the beginning, seeing the ending of the first Trails game, as Zarksic put it best. He said, "Run it back," and I said, "You know what? I have to run it back." He's right. I gotta see the story. I have to see at least the first 3 games before the second game's remake comes out in September. I enjoy the question. People even enjoy watching me die repeatedly for an hour. It happens, man. It's part of the course for these kinds of games. Sometimes there are fights that just fucking you really gotta opt. It's not even a thing of strategy. I mean, there's some strategy aspects, especially for clear obscure, but there's also like the dodging and parry mechanics. So there's also a skill issue. You gotta optimize your skills to proceed in that game. It's like Lord Persinger, like watching you die over and over and over. And the few times I did see you die, I enjoyed it greatly. Doom Guide. I liked watching the villain get killed. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. I don't really hate him. You might really hate me, though. The plan here, at least, is to see the second game and the third game, the old school versions of them, before the remake comes out. I'll continue to suffer for your amusement. See, he's into it. Some guy knows what he's about. Defeating existing monsters have become far more vicious and powerful. Travels become significantly more dangerous. Now, this is a new game plus run of this game, so I'm not going to be struggling at all for my playthrough of this until the end. Because I'm not getting any XP for these fights, but the monsters are still going to be leveling up, and towards the end of the game, I'll be back in endgame state, and I will need to optimize my strategies, but that won't be something I need to worry about for a long time. All of us Doom minions kind of just make snacks, so watch him get beat like a reverse overlord. See? He is not like the overlord Einzelgaun. You have to have a rival hero to push you. Otherwise, I'd sit around and not gather magical items being enemy. See? I fulfilled that role very well. I will push you. And your buttons. Your nasty, bony buttons. You have buttons. If you have buttons, I will push them. It's like if you have an ass, I will kick it. Eventually. Every beastie out there is nastier just cuz. Oh man. It's definitely the society's doing. They're trying to turn us all into monster kibble. Calm yourself, analysts. We still don't have enough evidence to be certain of anything. We do know one thing, though. Things definitely began happening after this Queen's birthday celebration. The other thing, too, I want to put out there is that I'm also going to be starting a dungeon crawler called Underdots Labyrinth of Yomi next week. So if you're interested in seeing that, you have that to look forward to. Again, I love RPGs. I love making number go up, and I love beating the shit out of things in either real-time or turn-based combat. Underknots, I will be going in completely blind too. Because Underknots is actually getting a sequel called Demon Kill Demon. 1984, I think is what it's called. It's coming out on the Switch. I don't know if it's coming to Steam. I hope it does come to Steam, because I would love to go through Underknots' story and then play Demon Kill Demon eventually. Except I don't touch my buttons so stiffly. Ew. Never say that again, please. You bastard, I wanted to play that one. Everyone could have to play. See? Oh, they like watching this shit, man. Because I like playing this shit. You like playing this shit. We all like this shit. This shit is good. It's the good shit, man. I did buy you Yomi, so I expect you to play it, and I will sit in on it. and I will judge you harshly. Not actually, but I also want to play through it. It looks fucking awesome. For a dungeon, like a modern dungeon crawler, Yomi looks like top of the line. Up there with games like Labyrinth of Refrain and Labyrinth of Valeria? Is that what the other one's called? Those will be good ones to go through too on stream, I think. I'd have to look more into. Some of them have some very sussy scenes. You know, Japan go to Japan and stuff, so I have to look into that, but they do look like they'd be a lot of fun to go to. And I'm excited to see Underknots' story as well. His art is really cool. His art is phenomenal. What is stream Labyrinth Refrain? The question that's Twitch. Yeah, I remember you showing me some of it before. And like I was just saying, some of the scenes are very sussy. And I think as long as you don't like linger on shit and like zoom in on shit, I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's not on their list of banned games. It's just it's not explicit, but it's implicit, if that makes sense. There's a lot of implication in some of its scenes that are not very good in terms of morals. I only play it for the gameplay. You play it for the potatoes. Don't you dare lie. That is an inside joke for that game. He plays it. Doomguide loves potatoes. I go on and on about how much Doomguide loves potatoes. Things definitely began happening after the Queen's birthday celebrations. That we know for certain. First reports came in practically the day after. Ah, crap. Don't look so glum. We've actually been formulating a response of sorts. That I'd very much like for the two of you to be a part of it. A response? Ah, you two are here already? I wanted to meet you at the port. Ah, Shara and Agate. Excellent. There's a lot of lore that outright be banned in some countries if it were the focus. Exactly, yeah, it's if it were the focus, it would not be Twitch safe at all. And Agate too. This is a surprise. Welcome back, you two. It's good to see you. You two got back sooner than I thought. I'm really happy to see you too, Shara. And Agate, hi. It's been a while, huh? Yeah, I think the last time we saw each other was during the Queen's birthday shindig. The old man told me about Joshua, you know. I heard you were pretty broken up over it, but you seem back on your feet already, yeah? Yeah, mostly. More to the point, though, why are you two together? Good question. I should get a camera. This is like seeing a king penguin. Wait, he's the Rance stream? First off, his name is Rance with a C. Second off, don't ask me how I know that. Third off, I'll never be streaming Rants on Twitch because that is a good way to take the highway to Bandsville, Tennessee. Is there a Bandsville in Tennessee? I've never been to Tennessee. I don't know anything about the US, I'm sorry. Do not stream that series. Do not Google that series. Do not think of that series. That's a very good principles to have. Do not leave Rance out in the cold where he belongs. It really isn't that rare, you two. Gotta admit, we don't work together that often, Sherazard. Actually, Sherazard and Agate are here to begin a special mission. I asked them to come here today for a specific reason. We'll settle for a Nico Para marathon. You mean without the patch, right? Man, Doomguide is as you can see, amongst Doomguide's horde, he has knowledge of forbidden series that you will never see on Twitch. That's the forbidden magic, if you will. Indeed, they will be tasked with investigating the Society of Ouroboros. Spoilers. What? Wait, like chasing down their agents and stuff? Isn't that dangerous? I wish it was that exciting. Investigating might be a little too specific, though. We're barely even certain a society exists at this point, you realize, despite what Cassius says. I keep the Pervernomicon next to my Necronomicon. Ah, there you go. The Pervernomicon. Put that in the D&D campaign, Doomguide. As a joke artifact. Sometimes wizards get lonely, you know, in their tower on the coast all by themselves. They come up with some real strange spells. We're gonna be wandering all across Liberal, keeping an eye out for anything resembling a secret society bent on world domination. This is probably not gonna be the most exciting job ever, is the point. Oh, I get it. I guess groping around in the dark is the best we can do right now, huh? Tentacle invasion from the Pervonomicon? Oh no. It's always tentacles. It all leads back to tentacles. Guessing you want us to tag along? Yes, I'd like to assign the two of you to assist Sherazard and Agate. The plan is to have Shera and Agate investigate different areas separately. I would like for them to have a partner, though, just in case the society really is as dangerous as we think it is. Okay, so one of us helps Shera, the other helps Agate. Exactly. Are you willing to assist? You bet we are. I was gonna go looking for the society on my own anyway, so this is perfect. I want to help too. There's no way I can just sit around when there's suspicious stuff going on. With this perverted skeleton in here. See, if any of you said any of this shit in Alice's chat, you guys get flagged immediately by Automod. You can say this shit here, though. Automod says it's okay here. I also says it's okay here. You didn't mention Lune Feed once in my stream. Not the Lune Feed. Anything but that. I'm glad we have the help. Well then, the one remaining hurdle would be team formation. I'd be fine with either of you, really. We all know each other, basically. You two figure out it'll work out best. Of course, you have to push the decision onto us. What do you think, Analyst? How should we do this? Well, this might be kind of irresponsible of me, but I think it might be best if you decide, Estelle. What? You've only been a full bracer for a little while, right? You probably haven't found out your style as a bracer yet. So how about using this as a chance to see what kind of bracer you want to be? Analyst. Oh well, look at you, Analyst. When did you learn to talk like a professional? Leave it to me. Either way, girl's got a point. Shera and I are the same rank, but the ways we fight are way different. I barely use arts except for support once in a while. I focus more on cutting things down with my sword. And I emphasize speed, the range of my whip, and orbital arts. You can't really go wrong with either of us, I think. Keep in mind that being a bracer involves much more than just fighting, though. Think hard and choose the partner you think matches you best. Well then, I'll... Just tired and fall asleep. He's dreaming about those feet, dude. He's dreaming about those dogs. I know you have a good soul. Do the low tier god thing. Well, it's push his skull. And I do the hand thing. You can't see it. Never ever make a pun like that, please. My chat. This is my chat. This is my rules. I'm gonna add rules. No bad puns in my chat. Kidding, of course. When I played through this initially, I picked Agate as my partner. Because Agate rocks, and he's got a big sword, and he destroys things with that big sword. And it's real cool to watch. However, this is my New Game Plus run. And for Salamandis' benefit, and the benefit of everyone else who loves Shera, I'm gonna pick Shera. The skeleton always has a bone to pick with the hero. I got a bone to pick with you. I thought so. Well then, we'll work together. I'll be expecting great things from our newest full bracer, mind. I think I made a mistake. So that means I'll go with Agate. I'll do my best, I promise. I'll be counting on you. Anyway, now that that's sorted, the next step is figuring out how we're going to wander the country, looking for shadows. Any thoughts, Elman? Possibly. I would suggest beginning by going to help the regions with the busiest branches. In fact, I just received pleas for aid from the Ruan and Bose branches today. Rather desperate sounding ones at that. That makes some sense with both Grant and Carnaby in a way. I will lurk as I'm avoiding spoilers since this is on my list. Yes, this game has major spoilers for Trails 1. Even the little conversation we're having here has some pretty nasty spoilers with context. So, oh yes, perfect. Leave me old and decrepit while you lurk, Tomb Guide, and enjoy Pirate Yakuza. I fucking love that game. I love Yakuza series. Pirate Yakuza is a really good one. Makes some sense with both Grant and Carnaby in a way. Analyst, you're familiar with bows, right? Well, duh. I am a bows kid after all. Why all the junk at the bows branch then? Got some business up that way anyhow. That's right. Your hometown is Ravenue Village. I think it's Ravenue, actually. Need to make a quick trip home? Something like that. We'll head to the Ruan branch then. Is that alright with you, Estelle? Of course. Man, I wonder how everyone in Ruan is doing. I'll collect the branches ahead of your arrival. Be careful, everyone. I love the Pirate Yakuza. You want to try Pirate Yakuza? It's really good. I will say this. Pirate Yakuza spoils the story of Yakuza 8, so if you have any interest in the story of the Yakuza series in general, it's good to be familiar with 8's plot, at the very least. Even if you just watch a YouTube video on it if you don't want to play through it, because 8 is a long game. But Pirate Yakuza is a lot of fun. it's a lot of like zany fun too. I mean, come on, you're a pirate in Hawaii, a Yakuza pirate. It is the best series. Period. Don't care. Okay, then yeah, it's still fun. It's still fun. Fun game. Not as long as most Yakuza games either. It's one of the shorter ones, I'd say. It's still a lot of fun. If you like Black Flags, have you ever played Assassin's Creed Black Flags? And it's pirate combat. It's kind of like that, but it's more arcadey. It's got a more arcadey Black Flag kind of ship combat, which is a lot of fun. Means I would beat every Yakuza game, so I'm both 100%ed. Oh yeah, I got into Yakuza like right before COVID, right before the pandemic, so a lot of time was spent going through the Yakuza games, and I enjoyed every single bit of it. My favorite Yakuza game is the Samurai one. Oh, Ishin was really good, yeah. Ishin's really fucking good. You love Black Flag, yeah, then Pirate Yakuza is really good. Again, it's not exactly the same, the ship combat, it's much more arcadey. More like easy to get into. Still pretty solid though. Pardon me, jeez. Right then, we'll head on ahead of you two. Yo, Estelle. What? There'll be times when you gotta put your foot down, be stubborn and push yourself, but remember, you're a woman too. Okay, Agate. You can rely on others and admit your weaknesses. What? What the hell? Are you making fun of me because I'm a girl? No, that ain't... Damn it, I'm bad at this. Look. Men are big, dumb oafs who are too friggin' stubborn to ask for help for their own good. 95% of the time. Me, your old man, Joshua, we're all like that. Society kinda expects it, you know? We're all stubborn idiots, for better or worse. You can't change that no matter what you do. My point is, there's no reason for you, a woman, to get stuck thinking like that. Don't forget to ask others their help when you need it. You got a lot of friends out there. Make use of them. Agate. Off to the helm, yes. Enjoy your pirate excursions. Doom Guide. And thank you for the raid. I'll remember that. Thanks. Oh, showing your soft side for once, Agate. I'll give an A for effort at least. Yeah, hold the presses. I need to get my jaw off the floor. Even Agate can be nice to girls. Sorta. Adius does grant miracles. I resent that Matter O's comment, soy boy energy. The heck's that supposed to mean? It's a joke, really. Guess this is goodbye for now, Estelle. Analyst. Thanks for going with me on my trading. Sure asked you to come along with me, right? I've been found out like the pie thief in the night. Sure said having someone who didn't know Joshua too well around would help you sort out all your feelings. So yeah, she asked me. I thought so. What the? Don't tell her everything. Hey, what's wrong with being upfront at this point, right? But the real truth is, it wasn't just that. I did want to train myself too. And I really do think I learned a lot by training with you, Estelle. So I gotta say it too. Thank you. Analyst. Okay, deep breaths. I know you might think I'm weird for saying this, but... Huh? I like to think we're already friends, but, well... I like it if you and me, Estelle, if we became something More. Oh god. Analysts. The space tub. What? What? Are you saying what I think you're saying? No, don't try to stop me, Shira. I'm serious. I'm absolutely sure about this. Can I please have one qualm of Salamanius? one qualm of pussy, please. One qualm. What? Serious? Oh my. Really? Right here? In public? You gotta be friggin' kidding me. Look, he even made Mr. Jack laugh. Oh, Salamanius. You are an absolute joy to have in chat. One qualm, pussy, one little qualm. I'm starving. Oh, shit. Well, I know I'm a couple years older than you, Estelle, but we totally spent about the same amount of time in the guild. And you know what? Age doesn't matter when it comes to something like this. So what do you think? I mean, I'm really happy, and I think my heart is racing out of my chest, but this is kind of a surprise, to say the least. Besides, there's, Joshua, and there's kind of some issues on a couple fronts, or more than a couple. Or rather, I don't, Joshua, what does he have to do with this? What problems would there be on a couple of fronts if we become rivals? Rivals? Yeah, we're about the same age, about equal in skill level. I thought it'd help us both try to reach even higher, but you don't actually like the idea, do you? That's what you meant. Okay. As unpredictable as always, I see. Not quite the punchline I was expecting. Punchline? Well, if that's what you meant. Alright then. I, Estelle Bright, hereby recognize you as my rival, Analyst Elfeed. Consider the gauntlet thrown. In your face, even. Sweet. Alright, step 1. A race to see which of us can reach Agate and Shira's level first. Bring it, Swordbrain. Swordbrain? I'll leave you eating my bracer point dust. Oh boy. I do believe we are in some amount of peril, my good Mr. Krosner. Seriously. Nothing scarier than a couple of kids starting straight ahead. This is the final boarding call for the Cecilia, bound for Roland. And do they announce their voice that they have on, like, trains and shit? All passengers, please embark immediately. That's our cue. Alright then, see ya. Remember, you find anything, contact us through the guild. We'll do the same. Of course. See you, Analyst. Agate, stay safe. Good luck, Estelle. What? Sorry. I keep glancing at your comic because it's right there on my second monitor. Woo. Highlight. Okay, then. Should we finish our check-in and wait for the next Rouen-bound flight? Yes, the ship bound for Rouen should be arriving soon. We can also do some shopping here in the capital, though. It's your first time back in a month, after all. No, that's fine. I can get what I need in Rouen. Let's finish checking in. What the fuck? Hallright. Must see a translation there. The tickets should be available in the lobby of the Landing Port Company building. Let's go. That's the wrong way, because, I now have a map. Okay. After seeing the... Oh, we can actually go to... Okay. My bad. Again, see, as you can see, nothing is marked, so... I might flail around a bit. Oh, here's the RC. Waiting areas are right here. Oh, oh, that's right. There's stairs here. Oh, I can move the camera here. Okay, perfect. Here, the tickets. Tickets purchases are handled in the building nearby. Okay, over here. Let's. Really, this is why I cannot stand the pompous imperial nobility. And I thought there were limits to how unpleasant a single person could be. You took the words right from my mouth. Tell me, why does the Republic even care about the engine provision deal? I did not think liberals' internal politics were your plaything. It's a matter of international security, of course. It's only been a decade since Ereboni attempted to annex this innocent little country. It is absolutely unacceptable for a half-barbaric nation like yours to lay their hands on such cutting-edge technology. The Republic is a long-standing friend of Liberal. We won't stand back and allow something that will threaten its interests. Long-standing friend? Some friends you are. You didn't send them so much as a soldier in the war. You're just pretending to be allies when it suits you, while standing back and doing nothing when it doesn't. What did you just... My Lord Ambassador Krenog. I'm gonna say his name fucking wrong. It's gonna be like Kranoff or something like that in the remake. Kranig? Kranog? Kranig? Kranog? Kranog. My Lord Ambassador Kranog, may I suggest we leave the matter here? We do not wish to bother the other customers. But Mueller, we... Ambassador Cotrain, may I ask that you stand back down as well? This is a debate that could be handled just as well through the embassies. Very well. I can't say I like hearing that from a member of the Imperial military. Still, or better than hearing it from that pompous and gluttonous member of the nobility, I suppose. What did you just... Well, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me. Mueller. I believe Mueller has his original voice actor in combat as well. An insufferable she-wolf. This is why commoners with no history or tradition are... My lord? Yes, yes. I shall return to the embassy. I trust I can leave the other matters in your hands. As you will, my lord. Hiya. Estelle, yes? It's been some time since your, help during the festival, I believe. Yes, we did a side quest where Mueller came and dragged away Olivier. After we lured him in with kittens, quote-unquote. I'm glad you remember. That was one heck of an argument just now, though. Who were those two, and why were they going at each other like a cat and dog? The man was the ambassador of the Erebonian Empire to Liberal, Lord Davil Krenog. The woman would be the ambassador from the Republic of Calvard, Elsa Cotrain. They head up their respective embassies here in the capital. Oh, I see. So those are the great ambassadors, hmm? How do a pair of whiny children like those two manage diplomatic negotiations, I wonder? Shara. I wish I could disagree, honestly. To say that the Empire and the Republic have always been on bad terms would be an understatement at the best of times. And on top of that, those two are like oil and water on a personal level. Well, no, the fact that they break into an argument every time they meet shows how similar they are in some ways. I guess I can see that. Though maybe it's because they walked into the middle of the conversation, but I couldn't understand like half of that. Something about engine provision and liberals' internal politics. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't ask. No, I don't mind. It's not really a secret anyway. The engine in question is actually the latest from your own central factory. Once the design is finalized, sample units are to be provided by your airship company to the Empire and the Republic both. But we bumped into Ambassador Cotrain when we came by to finalize the details of the deal. Oh, I get it. I had the big argument about the engine then. The capabilities of an orbital engine directly determine how powerful the ship in question is. Since such an engine can be installed in a military ship, I can see why they'd argue. Now I get it. It'd be a real mess if that engine let the Imperial Army get all powered up. Well, I mean, not at all. It's true. Normally, sharing such advanced technology with other countries so freely would be unthinkable. But this is a part of your Queen's plan. Rather than monopolizing a technological edge, she wishes to provide it to other countries to promote multinational peace. At least, that's her plan as I understand it. I get it. She did mention something like that a while ago, now that I think about it. It's pretty incredible that the Queen is willing to try something like that. Like, it's not just an ideal, you know? It's something that could really change how people negotiate. Yes, you have reason to be proud of your queen, I'd say. My apologies, but this conversation has gone on longer than I intended. You're here for air tickets, yes? I'll pardon myself here. Oh, yeah. Say, Mueller, about Olivier. Has he gone back to Ereboni already? What, you've not heard? I haven't really had a chance to see him since the Queen's birthday celebrations, actually. I felt kinda bad about that. Oh, don't worry. That halfwit is continuing to while away his days here at Liberal. He said he was going to visit Elmo's Springs, if I remember right. Okay, the hot springs. Okay, then. How very like Olivier. Should he ever bother returning to the embassy like a responsible citizen, unlikely as that is, I'll let him know you were asking after him. I'll make sure he at least contacts you before he returns to the Empire. Thanks, Wheeler. Thank you, Sir Knight. Hardly. I should thank you for keeping that lunatic company. Now, if you'll excuse me. What a serious fellow for a friend of Olivier's. He's obviously an Imperial Army man, but I wonder what his story is. Mueller's the resident military officer for the Erebonian Embassy, I think. I've only ever met him a few times myself. But every point nukes at each other to keep a big war from bringing a good plan. Not. Some good old-fashioned, mutually assured destruction. He's young, but he's got a strong, manly face. Very handsome. I'd love to share a bottle of wine or three with him sometime. Okay, Shira. Alright, Shira. Here we go. Let's avoid an international incident, okay? Oh, speaking of international disasters, did you meet up with Olivier after I left? I saw him a number of times in the capital. Come to think of it, he did invite me to go to the Elmo Springs at one point, but I had to decline. What? You mean he invited you? Like, invited you? With him, it's impossible to tell. I was too busy this month to entertain the idea anyway. Normally, I'd have happily abused his wallet for my lodging costs and kept him up all night. Drinking, that is. Oh my god, Sheriff. Jesus. Oh, Olivier, I think you dodged a bullet, actually. Anyway, let's go get our tickets at the counter. Good idea. Welcome. Will you be using our national flights or our international flights? 2 tickets bound for Rouen, please. Understood. Pardon me, you are with the Bracer Guild, yes? Are you Estelle and Sherazard? Yes? I've already received payment from Eldon with your capital branch. Here are your tickets. Received 2 boarding passes. On here, is it just me? Yeah, Shears making everybody a little sweaty. I see, so Eldon did. Very nice, Eldon. Thoughtful as always. Well then, please hand your tickets to the receptionist immediately outside the building. Did you check in for your flight there? I always like... I don't know who started it, but whenever there's like sprites like this, like the little chibi sprites, they always have that walking in place animation. I don't know why. I think it's supposed to show them like breathing. It always tickles me seeing them walk in place, so like just like shuffling. Here we go. Hello and welcome. Will you be flying with us today? If you are, you will need to check in and present your tickets. Once you've checked in, we should wait here for the ship to arrive. Are you ready to go? Oh yeah, ready to go. Very well. Please sign these papers then. Sure. Scritch scratch. Estelle and her companion finished checking in. Thank you. Everything is in order. Please wait in the harbor area for the next airship arrival. Okay. Well, shall we find a particularly comfy bench to hurry up and wait on? Time to sit. We can go for a little bit longer. Famous last words. I will likely... No, I'll be on tomorrow to stream this more. Just trying to think if I have any plans. I don't think I do, so... Onto the airship. To Rouen. Rouen is the harbor city where we took down the mayor. Airliner Linda. What a nice day. The tourists gotta be flooding the streets in Rouen if the weather's like this there. No doubt. Unfortunately, Rowen's pretty busy getting excited over something other than tourism. Other than tourism, what do you mean? The mayoral elections. They're only now gearing up to hold this special election for a new mayor after the last one was arrested, which we helped with in the last game. I understand there are 2 major candidates slugging it out for the seat. So, like, it's an actual fight of an election? Neat. And thinking about it, I guess it is about time, huh? They can't just let the mayor's office sit empty. Speaking of the old mayor, weren't you and Joshua involved in bringing him to justice? Yeah, kind of. We got involved in an investigation which led us right to his doorstep. The one who really arrested him was Lieutenant Schwartz of the Royal Guard, though, after Chloe called her. Come on, you needn't be so humble. You were crucial in his arrest, I heard. You make your teacher proud, honey. But I see. So that's how you met the princess. I've been curious about the details of that. Yeah, Joshua and I helped out with the Genus School Festival, which I learned it is pronounced Genus, it is not pronounced genus. It's spelled the same as... Anyway. You know, I haven't seen Chloe since the birthday festival, or Olivier, I guess, for better or worse. And not just them, Tita too, and Zin. Zin returned to Calvard after the birthday celebrations. I believe a request came in from the Calvard National Guild office. He did say to give you his best. I see. If it's work, I guess. He helped us out a lot. I wish I could have said goodbye at least. You'll meet him again someday, I'm sure. Oh, as for Tita and Professor Russell, Cassius and I explained the situation to them after you left. I see. Thanks, Shara. It was adorable. Tita's such a nice, earnest girl. We told her everything, and then her eyes just filled with tears as though she was barely holding it in. She said, Estelle's working so hard, I can't just sit here and cry. She taught me that. Oh, Tita. Come on, Shara, you're gonna make me cry here. Sorry. Really, though, met some amazing people over the course of your travels. Some really amazing friends. I hope you realize just how precious that is. Yeah, I do. Say, Shara, when we get to Ruan, do you think we could go find time to go see everyone? Of course, we'll make the time. Speaking of time, we still got some before we arrive. I think I'll lounge these terribly creaky, oh-so-ancient bones of mine in my seat. Did you have any plans? I think I'll just look around the ship a bit. You can go on ahead. Alright then. Just don't get so carried away that you don't get off at Ruan, Estelle. Damn. Bling, 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 bling. I don't know if there's anybody of interest inside here to talk to. Not really. Orvid. Oh, this is the... this guy. Oh, no way. I absolutely must make this next deal happen. I should look over the local foodstuffs again. That's a good idea. I should return to my roots and do some plain old investigating. Orvid. This is the guy that wanted us to get the tomato, the nasty tomato, I think. Remember Olivier thought the kitten they lured him was Tita. That's right. He's not the best. He's not here anymore. Yeah. I should keep him locked up in his cell. Now, Olivier in these old games is not voiced by Matt Mercer. Olivier in these games is voiced by Troy Baker, I believe. Be back before Troy Baker was like the titan that he is in voice acting. I think there's anything else in here. Yeah, okay. We'll go sit next to Shira. Estelle, all done with your walk? We still have a bit of a time before we land. Okay. I'm gonna walk around a bit more then. No, I guess I have to see something specific. Unfortunately, it's not marked on a map because I don't have a map. There'll be a broadcast before we land, so make sure you get back to your seat. Yeah, I will. It went from one legend to another, yeah. Valeria Lake. Somewhere in that wide open lake, the legendary guardian of Valeria's waters lives. Someone hasn't changed a bit. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Hello, Estelle. Hi, Lloyd. I haven't seen you in forever. Looking to challenge the Lord King Mugwump Fish of Valeria Lake again? For now, no. Hop off to Ruan. I've heard there's a nice convenient spot right in the city limits. Wow, you sure are dedicated. It sounds fun, but I guess I'm just not into fishing. Oh, really? That's a pity. You had quite a talent for it, from what I saw at the Kingfisher Inn. I caught a boot on my playthrough. I know. Let me give you this. Huh? Fishing book. Oh, God. He hesitated a voice, given his tendencies to put it nice. Yeah, Olivier is a bit of a... Well, there's a assortment of words one could use to describe Olivier. See, progress rod. This is, it's a rod for beginners and a notebook for recording your fishing records. God, I didn't like fishing in this game. It's a lot better in later games. We, the members of the Fisherman's Guild, are dedicated to the expansion of the culture of fishing. We're always happy to provide promising rookies with the tools of the trade. Incidentally, are you bound for Rowan? Yeah, I am, actually. Oh, well then. You'll have a chance to swing that rod right away. There are all sorts of fishing spots in Rowan. I guess it would be a good chance. Now that you mention it, Rowan as a region is kind of full of waterside areas. As I mentioned, there's a point within the city itself too. You should go there first to practice. For now, so long as you enjoy it, that's enough. Yeah, thanks. I'll definitely give it a shot and never touch it again, God. I pray that you'll join our ranks someday, please don't. Well then, safe journey to you. I've already done this. I got the item I wanted from this. Okay, is that it? No, not quite, okay. Hmm? Excuse me, are you from the Bracer Guild, miss? I am, yeah. I thought so. I'm glad we could meet again. You remember me? I was one of the people you saved when the Sky Bandits held us hostage. Oh, you were with the captain, right? That's right, I'm Claire. I managed the passenger cabin. Our entire crew owes you our lives and more. We're still here at our post because you managed to save us. You're welcome. Is the entire crew of the Linda back at work? Yes, everyone is working even harder than before. That's great. I'm glad everyone was able to get back to their lives. Forgive me for asking, Miss Bracer, but are you traveling for pleasure today, or work? Unfortunately, it's always work. I'll probably end up riding airships a lot from now on. I hope you'll treat me well if I end up on Linda again. Absolutely. I hope we get to serve you again. Yeah, I think it wants me to talk to someone in specific. Or that I'm supposed to go to every area at least once. There are sightings of odd phenomena around the tetracyclic towers. A little late, but better to investigate now than ever, right? Someone here I had to talk to. Little boy. Can't really hear. Might be downstairs. Simon. If that non-aggression pact with the Empire happens, our trade in orbits is going to explode after all. The plan is to get to Zeiss now and secure some product in advance. Ah, a little bit of world building. We can talk to these NPCs. Captain Grant, do you have some business on the... Wait a moment. You're that girl from before. Hi, sir. I haven't seen you in a while. I stayed you at the bandit hideout, right? Yes, I thought so. You must forgive me. I never had a chance to properly thank you. Allow me to offer my thanks on behalf of the entire crew. You're welcome. I was really just doing my job, though. Still, it is kind of funny, though. Taking a trip on the same airship I once helped to rescue. Repairing the damage those thugs did took some time, but the Linda's as good as new now. I'm sure she's doing her best with you on board. Aha, there we go. Ah, looks like she heard us talking. With conditions like today's, we should arrive in Ruan in no time. Please, enjoy the rest of your journey. Let us know if you need anything. I will. Thanks, sir. Oh, I guess that wasn't the call for the thingy. Downstairs again? I might have to talk to the guy in the basin, the engineer. Nope. There we go. Thank you for flying with us today. We will be arriving in Ruan shortly. Please be aware that there may be turbulence while landing, so we ask that all passengers take their seats. Better get to my seat. City of Ruan. In old graphics. Still looks good to me. Gene. Oh hey, welcome back. Boy, I'm glad you guys are here. Karna's been away, so the board's covered with jobs. You guys have your work cut out for you. You're up and ready to go, I hope. Oh, don't you know it, Gene? Sending us out already? Oh, I think I can guess the reason for his eagerness. So, oh Taskmaster, I take it you have some urgent jobs for us. Surprisingly not, actually. We're snowed under with work in general, but none of it is particularly urgent. I mean, the election's being held under the guise of the military anyway. The town's so busy boiling over from the election that the tourists have stayed away a bit. Well, the election's gotten that hot. Who's running? We haven't heard. Mr. Norman, who is a proponent of the tourism industry, and Mr. Portos, who wants to try and revive the harbors and shipping business. Remember, this is a big deal. The mayor of Ruan is also the governor of the entire region. People in Minoria and elsewhere are voting too. It's been a real media circus. The election is basically going to decide the future of Ruan. It's exciting. I get it now. That is big. Well, given that I'm underage and not a citizen of Ruan, I guess I can't vote. Gotta admit though, since I basically helped cause this, I'm sort of curious to see where it goes. Oh, then read the coverage in the liberal news. Their investigative articles are excellent. Investigation... Wait, that reminds me. There is actually a job I'd like for you to focus on. It isn't urgent, but it's something that needs looking into. What's up? Well, how do I put this? It's hard to explain. Maybe I shouldn't have... Gene? Unsure? All the presses, I think we're witnessing a miracle. Usually you'll happily pile the work on a bracer till they sink into the ground from the weight of it all. Aw, sure, I'm not that bad. Come on. Well, alright, here it is. I want you to investigate ghost sightings. See, I knew you were going to look at me like that. This is why I didn't want to bring it up. No, sorry, it's just a bit of a surprise is all. So, what exactly do you mean by ghost sightings? Okay, so, it began about 2 weeks ago. We've been receiving reports that people have been seeing a white shadow at night. And not just in the city of Ruan, mind you. Reports have come in from all across the province. They saw a white shadow at night. Wait, you mean... Ah, so that's why you called it a ghost then. If it was just a prank or something, you wouldn't be hearing about it province-wide. Exactly. I'd have dismissed one sighting, but with all the reports we've gotten, while you're traveling around working on the other jobs, do you think you could follow up on a few of the reports? Well, you see, it'd be irresponsible of us to take such a job with so much else going on. Yeah, that's it. Estelle, are you... But no, not at all. Think Estelle, the coup breaker, hero of Liberal, would be afraid of ghosts? No way, no how, no... Sorry, I am afraid of ghosts. A little. More than a little from the looks of it. Well, don't worry. Nobody's been hurt or anything, and it isn't urgent. We'll just pretend this conversation didn't... Jean? Wait. Estelle, don't you think we should take this job? Don't you worry. Your big sister will make it all better. Besides, investigating this could prove useful to our, actual mission. Huh? Remember, Estelle, our true purpose is investigating the movements of the society throughout Liberal. And that involves keeping an eye out for anything even remotely suspicious. Sounds a little bit like a ghost hunt to me. Wouldn't you agree? Ah. Yeah, when you put it like that, it makes sense. Sorry, Shira, I was just being childish. Jean, we'll investigate those sightings and get to the bottom of them, I promise. Glad to hear it. Anyway, I've got 3 sightings in particular that I think bear looking into. The first one is a report from a guard at Air Lenton. Apparently, he saw something during a night patrol that spooked the heck out of him. Okay, not scared, not scared. The second one I know of was a sighting by a member of the Ravens. The Ravens? That's the local docks gang, right? Hopefully we can get them to cooperate. I don't think that'll actually be as big a problem as you think. They seem kind of different during the tournament in Gransel, you know? Really? You have to fill me in on the way. Well, sounds like you'll make it work. Anyway, the last report is from one of the children at the Mercia orphanage. Wait, one of the orphanage kids? Yes, Matron Teresa contacted us on her behalf. Oh right, guess you wouldn't know. Reconstruction of the orphanage finished not too long ago. According to Matron Teresa, it's more or less exactly as it once was. It is? That's a relief. I wanted to go say hi to Matron Teresa and the kids anyway. I'll ask about the thingy sighting when I go congratulate them over the new orphanage building. And that's it. Remember though, this really isn't urgent, so you can put it off for a bit if something else comes up. The rest of the jobs are on the board, so make sure to check it. Racer quest, which you may choose to accept or ignore, are posted to jobs at each guild house. The good news is the boss side missions are not going to take nearly as long because I have the New Game Plus shit. And the other quests are worth seeing too for world building and the like. Once you've heard what all three witnesses have to say, come back here. You can go over all the testimonies and take a stab at figuring this mess out. Understood. The Ravens hang out right here in the city in the warehouse district. I might check with them first. Well then, let's stop by the warehouse district before we leave town. It's across the bridge, I believe. What have we got here? Ingredient hunters. I realize now this will also be very helpful. I have all my ingredients from my previous runs, so I think these I can... Unless they're quest specific, I should be able to just hand them in. So we have... Orbit Co. Bring the White Magnolia. Second floor. That's the other thing. Things aren't marked, so I have to actually read this and figure out. Look for me to help someone complete list their ingredients on the rural region. Easy find your spare time. Midori Village. Second floor of the inn. Got it. Saffril Tower photo. This is a job to take a photograph of the Saffril Tower. Necessary equipment will be provided. Details for this job will be provided by a research staff member. He is staying at the Hotel Blanche for 101. Stuff Forest Road monster, so go to the top of the towers again. Dangerous monster, Mercury fight. Okay, this is a boss fight. And another boss fight. Okay. So at least get some of this started. How do I pull up my book? That's recipes. Achievements. Let's map. Oh, I didn't know this was a thing. This actually shows you where... Excuse me while I flail around a bit. There's the controls. Okay, this is a map of the region. How the hell do you open up your... your stupid fucking... Legacel's updated outfit. And Shara is Shara, of course. I need to equip her. Their endgame shit. That's the Rosenkrantz whip. Okay. There were some armors, 4 guards, some boots. Persetier is fine. This is the gender boots. I want her to have, I think for the time being, as long as I have a gladiator item on, it will speed things up significantly. I'm actually going to double over 2 things of the gladiator gear, which gives limit break gauge. I have another one. Oh, there it is. Headband. Okay. Okay. There's a monster up here. Oh, I guess you have to do the ravens first. Alright. I can remember the layout of this place. That is the stanchion, right? That's the lighthouse. Across the bridge. And this way. Ah. Is that you, Lloyd? Oh, it's you guys. How about it? Already tried out your rod? No, not yet. I had some places I need to go. I see, I see. Well then, wanna check out a spot nearby? I know a really great location. Really? Yes, please. Aren't we gonna ask those Raven kids about the ghost? Of course we were. But we can make a short stop, right? Please? Guess there's no stopping you. Very well, let's go. No worries, it won't take that much time. Let me show you. Follow me. Yeah. The crane. Crane. This is the spot you were talking about? Yeah, look at the surface of the water. Dude, there's a ripple in the water, right? That's a sign you can pull up fish here. You should be able to find them in most bodies of water, so be sure to keep an eye out on your travels. I'm definitely going to be doing that because fishing is a bit of a pain in this game. Okay, so basically just pay attention to the surface of the water. Got it. Now, enough about how to find fishing spots. Next, let me give you this. Some bait. This is bait for fishing, but it's not sold in stores, so you have to find it out on your own. I should have a ton in my inventory. They're dropped by monsters, though, so a bracelet like you shouldn't have any problems. Oh, that's good to hear. And that's about it. You just have to find out the rest by trying stuff. Got it. Thanks for all the help. No, my pleasure. It's all part of being a member of the Fisherman's Guild. Well then, catch you later. I expect great results. Thank you, Lloyd. Okay. As you can see, I have the I have the fishing rods. I don't actually know if there's a... This is a thing of timing. It's not really a thing of like skill for this. There we go. Kasago. That took me... The fishing in this game took me fucking forever to get nailed down, because that timing is kind of not intuitive at all. Let's find these ravens. Man, I've been feeling worn out lately. Been working like dogs at training, but it still doesn't feel like we're any stronger. I don't get why we're having trouble with the random fucking monsters on the roads. That just isn't us, though. Everyone's been saying the monsters are getting real dangerous lately. Like, everything's gotten a couple times more powerful than it used to be. It's freaky. Now that you mention it, yeah. Whatever. How about we have a night on the town? First one we had in a while. We could hit up the Laventar in the North Block. How's that sound? Oh, that place is with the remodeled second floor. It's a casino now? Aw, yeah. That sounds great. Especially since I hear the dealers are hot chicks. Maybe I could show them my strength at poker, if you know what I mean. Now that's a plan. Karna's out of town, so if we want to cut loose a bit, now's the time. And here I was, just possibly thinking better of you guys. Huh? It is. That's that newbie bracer chick, Estelle. Hey guys, it's been a while. Last minute at the tournament, I think. Yeah, sounds right. Oh man, we watched you from the stands after our fight all the way to the finals. You were incredible. I've fallen for you all over again. Thanks? More importantly, what was that I heard about Karna's gone, let's cut loose? And something about poker? Do you realize what Agate would do to you guys if you heard that? It was just a joke, really. Please don't tell him. Please? I ain't scared of him. Anyway, who's a lovely lady with you? This is Shara. She's a bracer like me. Hello, I'm Sherazard Harvey. I'm a friend of Agate's, by the by. Nice to meet you, bad boys. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure Agate cusses them out if you side with him, like you take him as your partner. I chose him the first time, and I'm curious to see how Shira is gonna be throughout a good chunk of the game. Ooh, even the heart emoji. Yeah, she's kinda hot. Kinda? Okay, Rice, whatever his name is. Shira, please don't flirt with the criminal element. They don't need to be hit over the head with how bad their lady situation is, for starters. Oh, don't worry, I'm just breaking the ice a little. Now then, I believe we have a question for these fine young men. Right. Anyway, yeah, we're here today in guild business. Is the guy who saw a white shadow here today? White shadow? You mean... Yeah, they must mean that. You know what I'm talking about then. Could you tell us if it isn't too much trouble? What do you think, guys? Hell yeah. This is gonna be sweet. What are they mumbling about? Sure, we'll tell you, but on one condition. If you're okay with that, we'll talk. And what precisely would that condition be? Oops, I may have gone a tad overboard. As if you can't figure it out. Isn't it obvious? We want you to fight us. We're gonna get some revenge for our loss at the tournament. Pardon? Just so you know, we've gotten a lot stronger since then. And this time it's 3-on-2. We're not gonna lose. Oh, that's all. Oh, I'll never turn on an offer to spar. You up for it, Shara? No, I don't mind. It's just not quite what I expected. But then, no need to hold back in that case. Oh shit. A whip! You gotta be kidding me. Oh, come on, boys. Big Sis will show you how the adults play. Oh god. You see, yeah. Well, wait a minute. Picking a fight with a pair of girls. We'd be unmanly bullies if we did that, right? Oh, come on, boys. It'll only be your spines. I'm sure they'll grow back. Oh, God. Shira brings the fire. Bring the fire. Alright, so... should be simple enough to dispose of these guys. Do I have... I'd like to see Shira's, what do you call it? A limit break. I don't think I have any food that gives that stuff, though. The thing with the remake and later Trails games is they're very happy to give you items that give you back limit break gauge. Not so much in the old versions. Quit slacking off. I think he spanks him in the remake when he does that move, right? These guys have no idea how lucky they are. I wonder what was on Shira's mind. What did she think they were going to ask him to do in exchange for information? Didn't seem to be against it. Here's a crit for your face. Okay, I have the double things on Shira that gives her a ton of limit break gauge. Probably won't see her limit break this fight though, unfortunately. We can see Estelle's though. We saw Pummel. This is Barrage. This is the upgraded Pummel essentially. I think they translate really well between 2D and 3D. Obviously 3D has the aspect of like the cinematic camera shots during the move, but... Oh, Estelle and Shara beat their ass. My spine! All my other bones! How can we lose like that? Oh, we done already. Kids these days get tired so easily. You could have given me all you got, you know. Shara, nobody has enough energy to keep up with you. Even so, seems like you guys have kept up with your training since the tournament, yeah? Why not stop wasting your time here and become bracers? What? Bracers? Us? No way. Hey, the guild doesn't discriminate. Agate became a bracer and so did I, and I started out as a clueless kid. You guys should be able to do it, no problem. In a straight fight, they could match a junior bracer, certainly. Being a bracer involves far more than just violence, though, Estelle. I wouldn't make promises like that quite so quickly. You think so? But... yeah, that's right. Fighting's just about the only thing we're good at. Should have known nothing would be that simple. Anyway, a deal's a deal. I'll tell you what you want to know. Thank you. Like we said, we're looking for the guy who saw a white shadow. We heard that one of you saw it. Yeah, someone did. He ain't here today, but you're looking for Belden. He's our newest member, joined a year ago. I think you might have seen him before. I wasn't quite paying that much attention to you guys. I do kind of remember another guy, though. Belden hasn't been by since seeing that thing, actually. I heard a few people say he's stuck in bed from the shock of seeing a ghost. What? Did you mean he's cursed, doomed to die, suffer forever? I don't know about that, but I do know he was damn scared. He's always been sort of a spineless rich kid, though. An odd fit for the life of a thug, then. We can get the details from him. Where does he live? It's the big place, right next to the right of the mayor's mansion. Some old fart named Norman owns the joint. Belden's his oldest son. To the right of the mayor's mansion. Got it. Thanks for your help, guys. Okay, now we know where to go. Let's go meet this Belden dude. Keep misreading it. I think it says Belland. Let's. Thanks again, little bad boys. See you later. Yeah. You guys keep it up, and stop by again sometime. Hopefully without beating us up next time. Keep up the good work, Estelle. Whip the shit out of him. She called them bad boys. Okay, so... this is the mayor's office. Or residence, rather. To the right? I suppose it would be like here. It's a little hard because I can't actually see so far ahead. Mayoral election. And that here? Yes. Is this that Belden dude's home? Well, the directions were just to the right of the mayor's mansion. This should be it. Oh, welcome. I'm sorry, but my husband isn't home at the moment. He's busy at the hotel. I would ask that you go see him there. Huh? Our apologies, but our business isn't with your husband, ma'am. We were hoping to speak with Belden, actually. Oh, goodness, you're here for Belden. I'm sorry, I thought you were here on election business. Election? Wait, ma'am, is your husband... Yes, my husband is Norman, one of the mayoral candidates. He's using the top floor of the hotel as election headquarters, you see. His supporters are doing whatever it is people working for an election do up there. Okay, I see. Oh, we're from the Bracer Guild, actually. We kind of wanted to ask your son some questions, if that's okay. The Bracer Guild? Oh no, has Belden done something wrong? No, you didn't worry about that. We've heard he witnessed something strange, however. We'd like to ask him about what he saw, if you'll permit it. Something strange. He didn't tell you about what he saw, ma'am? I'm afraid not. I'm happy to have him home for the first time in ages, but he's barely spoken to me since he got back. And my husband's time is so dominated by the election that he won't even talk to his son. I see. In that case, I think it may be a very good idea for us to speak to him. If something is on his mind, having a sympathetic ear available could really help. That sounds like a great idea. Please, go ahead. Belden's room is on the second floor. Right, Mr. Belland. Sir? Yes. Excuse me, can we talk to you for a sec? What the hell am I doing? I'm running back home just because Dad ain't here. I'm pathetic. Oh, for crying out. Hello? Look at people when they're trying to talk to you. Huh? Ah! Who are you guys? And he finally notices us. So I guess you're Belden. Yeah, that's right. Wait, you're that bracer from the tournament, ain't you? Yep, I'm Estelle Bright. This is my superior, superior, Sherazard Harvey. A pleasure. Right. So what do you guys need? Well, we heard you saw a white shadow recently. We were wondering if you'd mind telling us about it. Oh, that. I'd rather not talk about it, to be honest. Anytime I remember too much about it, I just get scared all over again. Is it really that scary? No, don't say that. How about you tell me? But if you tell me, I might do something nice for you. Oh my god, shit. I think Agate threatens him. Shara's. Oh god, Shara. We're in this one for the long haul with Shara. No complaints. No complaints? All in favor? Aye. No complaints. Heart emoji. Whoa. Shara, I've told you before that sex appeal is not a guild-approved weapon. Yes. Now then, really, do you feel like talking? I guess it couldn't hurt. I was living in the warehouse where the crew hangs out until about a week ago. I usually only come back here for food, see? I slept over there, so I could chill with my bros. You gotta be kidding. How in the name of the goddess could you not want to live in a big comfy house like this? He's just young, that's all. Please, continue. Like I said, it was a week ago. The crew was all boozed up and asleep, but I woke up for some reason. Thought I'd go outside, feel the night air, and then I saw it. I mean, the white shadow. Yeah, a white shadow floating up in the air. It was in some kind of old-fashioned get-up, cape and all. And it was dancing in the air. That's rather specific. You're certain the alcohol and exhaustion weren't clouding your senses? Nah, no way. This scared me right out of being drunk and I tried to scream, but couldn't even do that. After the thing flew off to the northeast, I ran into the warehouse yelling and woke everyone up. That just got me a punch from Rocco, though. I'd imagine, yes. Do you remember exactly when during the night this happened? I guess around 2 in the morning? Now I remember the whole thing. I came home to try and forget all that. Now I get why you ran home. You just didn't want to sleep in some place where you'd seen something scary. So you learned how nice it is to have a home to come back to, yes? Call me crazy, but this might be a good opportunity to leave the Ravens behind. Yeah, I know I'm not cut out for it. But, well, I just can't face my dad. He's busy with the election and not home much, and that's why I came back, but once the election is over, I'll have to face him one way or another. And if he manages to win, my life will get even more restrictive. So basically, you're just running away from what you don't like. Well, now, cheer up. Oh. Shira placed a quick peck on Belden's cheek. Ooh. Whoa! Shira! Just a little something to prick you up and say thanks for the info. Now it's up to you to think for yourself and find your own answer to this problem. Remember, you're the only one who can. Miss. Well, this is certainly a start. Estelle, let's go. Right, really. Belden, thanks you for talking to us. Yeah, you're welcome. Damn. Belden's a lucky son of a bitch, isn't he? Okay, God, if I could just open my fucking book. Ah, okay, here we go. Finally. Okay, this is where the quests are. Okay, so. I should be able to just cleave through these and then we'll call it, because this should be pretty fast with these endgame items. I'm spitting angry ice and foams at the mouth. Yeah. Should they give Belden a fucking nosebleed? All Seaside Way and Vista Forest. I have a map, do I not? I guess not here. Oh, one map. Airline, that's the next one. So we don't want to go that way. We want to go the other way. Okay, I hope I can leave the town here. Yes, perfect. Okay. Monsters. Jedis Royal Academy. Don't need to go there. Not worried about chests or monsters. I always thought this song was in the first game, but I must have misremembered. This is one of my favorite tunes from the second game. Okay, right. So we need to go to the beach. But there is a boss somewhere. This is a Gull Seaside Way. Where is this boss? No. City of Ruan, Minoria Village, Mercia Orphanage. It would help if the bosses were marked for me to just run straight at them like they were in the remake, but again, this is a very different time. They're JRPGs, and I don't have my guide. Okay, so there's a quest here. I think I can just hand it instantly. Second floor. Wait, Magnolia? Orvid? Got a minute? Hmm? Oh, what a surprise. You remember me? I asked you to do a job for me a while ago. Oh, an acquaintance. Yeah, he's a merchant, kinda. Really has been a while, huh? Yes, we last met was before the birthday celebrations, I believe. If you don't mind, I'd like to get things underway immediately. You have time right now. Yes. No problem. So what kind of job is it? Alright, listen carefully. I'm currently putting together a list of ingredients obtainable across the entire Ruron region. Problem is, there have been lots of dangerous monsters out there lately, and I haven't been able to go out investigating on my own. That's where you bracers come in. I'd like for you to assist me. Sounds easy enough. What do you want us to do specifically? First, take a look at this tentative ingredient list I put together. Which I think I should have everything I need. Alright, I've written it down, but is this the list you're talking about? Yes, though it's incomplete. I want you to find ingredients from monsters that aren't on this list and bring them to me. Did you get that? Ingredients that are not on the list. Make sure you don't get that wrong. It's one of those weird fucking side quests that... If you find ingredients that aren't on it, come here to report. Of course, you're also welcome to get a bunch together and report before you're completely done. However, I will need one of the ingredients as a sample, so do be careful not to eat too much. His stream is still on? You serious? Hold on a second. What the hell? It is. Thanks for the heads up. I'll let him know right away. Hold on. Okay, I didn't notice because I had him lurking on my phone. But sure as shit, it's still streaming for some reason. Okay, I let him know. Thanks for the heads up, Sal. How many types do you want? One's not on this list. I mean, oh, he's right there. They said the offline, yeah. Can't be sure of how much is out there, but I'd be happy if you found 5 or 6 new ingredients. Or if you find even half of that, I'd be willing to pay for your time. I have a ton of ingredients. I should be able to just say this in instantly. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? No, I think we've got it. We'll look around and see what we can find. Yes, please do. And no need to rush. It's not an urgent job. Still, can't wait to see what you report. So, and now it will report. Did you find something? Still showed the ingredients together to Orvid. Along with a bunch of endgame ones. Oh? This ingredient wasn't on the list. Report about Juicy Bone. Report about Lucky Fang. Report about Curative Horn. Tender Poultry. Fish Egg. Bird Egg. And there we go. Yes. Yes, this is incredible. Far beyond my expectations. I'd say the list is good enough to be considered complete. Oh, my dear bracers, what a stunning haul. No, it was nothing. Guess this means the job's complete. Yes, and beyond my wildest dreams, allow me to offer you a well-earned bonus for your contributions to the culinary world. They're the cream of my trade, and I hope you'll eat each and every one of them to the last oozing morsel. Savory pinions. 20 savory pinions. That was a bone juicy kind of sus. While you see Shira's around and the monsters, I'll stop myself there before I don't want to get auto-modded. My own auto-mod. No, sir, I couldn't possibly. Please don't make me take all this. No, I'll not hear of it. You did the job beautifully, and you will be rewarded for it. No need to hold back in my account. Go on, take it. Oh boy, thanks. You've done very well this time. I'll be sure to call on you when a new job's up. Until then. Alright, and there's one down. Done instantly. That one was kind of a bitch to do initially, too. I remember that. Because, first off, I don't think Estelle actually takes down a note of that quest. Oh no, she does. Okay, never mind. It's just kind of weird that you take down a list of things you're not supposed to show him. It's like, what? And you have to get 6 to get the max BP, so that's done. What is the other one? This up again. Okay, so it can be reported. Saffron Tower is west, maybe? I forgot to go to the Hotel Blanche. Vista Forests. Okay, Vista Forest is this way, I believe. On the Minoria By Road. I think. Oh, maybe it's not. It's the Crony Trail. Okay, it must be the other way. Okay, I just remembered this lighthouse, and I wasn't sure if there was a scene here if you come here. This is one of those things that's invisible, and of course in the old game, this version, it's not going to show you that. In the remake, it will show you that, because in the first one, it showed you where all the invisible stuff is. This is where Estelle shared her lunch. Her and Joshua had lunch here, and she fed him by hand. Yep, there it is. This is... Estelle? What's wrong? Oh, Joshua and I had lunch here a while back, you see. It just came back to me is all. I see. Hey, don't be like that. It's not like it's a memory of some great tragedy or anything. I was just a kid who didn't really understand her own feelings. I totally forced Joshua to let me feed him, not even caring if anyone saw. He must have been really sick of me even then. Introspection. Very unlike you, Estelle. However, I like it. Do you need a moment? We can spare the time. No, I can't stop now. Can't let myself stop now. Besides, we need to head over to the orphanage. I want to see Matron Teresa and ask about this white shadow. Well then. That should give a BP at the end of the chapter, I think. Again, I'm not going to be able to get everything, but some things will pop up in my head if I can remember how far you can go into the water here, the chest here. Mercia Orphanage. Holy. Mercia Orphanage. Wasn't there a nasty fire here? Looking at this, you'd barely know there'd been so much as a campfire lately. I think they built the building the same way, just newer. Thank the goddess. This is so wonderful. Estelle? Matron Teresa. Yes, I thought it was you. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you. And I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met. We haven't. My apologies. I'm Sherazard Harvey, Estelle's bracer mentor. I have, however, heard a great deal about you from a certain someone, Matron Teresa. You're a loving mother figure to every child here, and apparently your tea is first rate. Oh my, I'm flattered. Congratulations on getting the orphanage rebuilt. I'm amazed. It looks pretty much exactly how it used to be, too. Almost like the developers are reusing assets. I know it sounds silly to ask them to build it that way, but everyone was kind enough to humor me. I can't imagine this orphanage looking any other way. It just wouldn't be the same. Yeah, I think you're right. So, are the kids inside? No, they're actually out in Minoria for class. A traveling priest comes by once a week and holds Sunday school for us, you see. Oh, okay. That's a bit of a problem, though. See, we actually wanted to ask the kids about something on top of just saying hello. Oh? Would this have to do with the white man Polly saw? Probably, yes. I see, so it was Polly who saw the person thing. I always said Pegger is a sharp one. Oh, come inside. You can wait here until they return. I do have some tea on the kettle and a few snacks, too. Thanks. Estelle? What's wrong? Matron Teresa, you're not going to ask about Joshua, are you? Chloe already told me everything. She worries easily, and she needed to unburden her soul onto someone when she found out. Estelle, you've been through so much. Come on. If you say things like that, I can't hold it in. Oh, Estelle. You don't need to hold it in. You shouldn't. I'm all too familiar with how it feels to lose someone important. Or Estelle. Now, don't say anything. I may not be able to be a mother for you, but at the very least, I can hold you for a little while. Well, that was embarrassing. And here I was wanting to show up and show I'm a big, tough bracer woman now. That's right, you are a senior bracer now, aren't you? Congratulations, Estelle. Well, I'm still kinda green to be honest. Speaking of my little crying jag, though. Teresa, you mentioned that Chloe was worried about us? Yes, about you and Joshua specifically. She saw her precious friends suffering and felt powerless to do anything for them. She struggled with it. She desperately wants to help you. Precious friends. I feel kind of awful she's been tearing herself up so much over it, but I'm glad she cares. I really need to go see her soon. I believe the Genis campus is closed to visitors right now due to the end of term examinations. It should be over soon though, and you can see her then. Sounds like a plan. Also, you know the kids are a little bit late, aren't they? I don't remember Sunday school taking this long. They may be playing in the village after class. The new traveling priest who's been coming by does seem like he's fond of children. A new traveling priest, huh? Wait, why does that sound familiar? Let's head to Minoria to see if they're alright then. We'll bring them home if we need to. Good idea. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to trouble you. No problem. Think of it as thanks for the great tea and snacks. You also owe her for that big hug back there. Hey. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting here for your return. Really is completely entirely. It is exactly the same. I'm sure he's very fond of children. Mr. Priest. Him it is. Well, I won't say it. She's a wonderful person. Something about her reminds me of Lena. Quite a few things, actually. You thought so too, Shara? She reminds me a bit of Mom too, but more than anyone, she reminds me of the Queen. She, I don't know, just warms your heart, I guess. It's the compassionate heart of a mature woman, really. I feel a bit inadequate on that score in comparison. Hey, you do a pretty good job at it too, Shara. I mean, if you want to be better at it, maybe cutting back on the booze would help a bit. Ouch, right for the jugular there, Estelle. Anyway, let's get to Minoria and collect the kids, Yes, let's. I don't remember where the fucking tower is. I'd like to run to the top of it and be done with it, but it might be on the Crony Pass Trail. I just can't. I can't fucking remember. And I just played through this game, the first game. Minoria Village. Minoria. Feels like a dog's age since I was here last. Come to think of it, I don't really get out to Rouen in general all that much. You don't? Huh. I always figured you and Dad went all over the place, not just Roland. I mostly keep the Roland, to be honest. I go out to Bose and Grantil often enough, mine, but that's about it. The only ones I can think of with absolutely no roots would be your father as a bracer, and Agate. Yeah, Agate does kind of strike me as a wanderer. Wanderers. I don't think I've ever seen him in Roland, though. Have I? I think he tends to avoid Roland since, well, Cassius lives there. He has some issues with Cassius that make it a bit hard for them to work together. Issues, huh? I think I get it. I wonder how Agate and Analyst are doing, come to think. They just started investigating too. I doubt they're all that far ahead of us. Alright, the children should be in Sunday school around here somewhere. Let's poke around a bit and figure out where that would be, Right. Must be in here. That's a general goods store. It's not in there, we were just in there. In here? See Elder's house. Should probably save real fast. Nope, not in here. Lighthouse? Sunday school, class in session. Oh hey, here's the Sunday school. Given that the sign's still up, I guess they're still in class. Shall we poke our noses in? They might have ended for the day and simply forgot to take the sign down. Good idea. Let me take a peek. Okay, let's see. Wait a sec. I know that guy. They do not deserve your sympathy. In truth, Pedro did not think Duke Gaston would back down easily. And what are the machinations of that foul-masked puppeteer, Harlequin? Capri, Pedro's teacher, seemed to know the jester, but simply dodged any questions about him with frustrating vagueness. Regardless, Pedro knew another battle would come, and soon he would have to upgrade the Blue Knight if he hoped to emerge victorious. Oh, Pedro. A slightly irritated yet comforting voice snapped Pedro from his reverie. Do you wish for your tea to grow cold? The clear blue eyes which met his own carried their own message. It'll be all right. Pedro, a little embarrassed, took his tea and drank deeply. He was left to simply have this moment with her. The end. That's the doll night, kids. What? That's it? But what about the fight with Harlequin? Oh, Clem, you're such a dummy. That's a wonderful ending. You just know Pedro and Tia go on to get married and live happily ever after. So romantic. Yeah. They gotta get married and be happy. I want some of that tea. Daniel's got the right idea. Capri is so cool. Phew. All 22 chapters of the Doll Night in one sitting for a bunch of rambunctious kids. You want to talk challenges. Alright, kiddos, that's enough for one day. Class is over. Aw. Thank you for teaching us, Mr. Graham. Okay, never underestimating this group of kids again. Yo, who's at the door? Class just wrapped up, so come on in. You noticed me. I guess I stuck my nose in a little too far. Sorry for intruding. Huh? Hey. Wow! Estelle! Hi kids, it's great to see you again. Are you guys doing okay? Save us from the priest. Holy moly, did you come to play? This is great, it's been forever. Miss Estelle, play with me, me. Welcome back. Well, you haven't lost any energy, it seems. And Father Kevin, it's been a while. Ah, she remembers me. Of course I do. Wow, though, you really are a priest, despite that getup. Really, why all the hate on my awesome duds? But hey, what are the chances we meet again here of all places? Could this be fate? We'll probably finish after this cutscene, actually. I lost track of time. Again. But I'm hyped again to play, so we'll stream again tomorrow night. I see. So you've met Father Kevin before, still. The world really is a small place. I know, right? Craziness. Thanks for lunch, by the way. It was excellent. No, it's no trouble. Besides, it's the least I can do in return for what you've done for the children. Hey, Estelle. How come Joshua's not with you today? You see, he's pretty busy with something, so he couldn't come today. Aw, too bad. I wanted Joshua to see the orphanage all fixed up too. Me too. I wanted to see him dressed up like a princess again. So pretty. Anyway, you guys were in Sunday school for a while. What was that you were reading when we came in? Some kind of novel? It's called The Doll Night. It's an awesome action story about fights between puppeteers. Oh, no, it wasn't Swords for Brains. Hey, come on. It was a romance with desperate love between a noble lady and a common man. Desperate love. It's a young adult novel series I brought with me when I came to Liberal. I'd planned on reading it to the kids a little at a time, but they convinced me to do it all in one go. Oof. I guess the way you get caught up in stuff kind of backfired there. Well, thank you for your devotion, Father Kevin. You'll be heading back to Rouen now, I take it. Yeah, next logical stop, really. I got other villages to visit, so I need to hop an airship soon. Speaking of, how come you're in Rouen yourself, Estelle? Bracer business, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Wait, on that note, we came out here to ask about something. I believe you wanted to ask about the white man Polly saw. Oh yeah, that thing. You want to ask me stuff? Yes, Polly, we have a question. Can you tell us about the white man you saw a little while ago? The white man was a white man? He was spinning like a top. It was neato and fun. We were hoping for a bit more. Let me try and explain a little bit better. It's about 4 days ago. Polly was outside, just kind of spacing out, which is, usual for her. And then she saw a white man floating in the air. Yeah, he was dancing around in circles in the sky. When I tried talking to him, he bowed and flew away like a birdie. We were totally asleep and dreamed up the whole thing. I mean, come on, that is the lamest ghost story ever. I thought she might be dreaming at first as well, but it seems someone else saw it too. Right, Daniel? Yeah, I only saw a little though. That night, I saw a weird white shadow flying off to the east. White shadow, okay. Well, 2 witnesses make this quite a bit more believable. Bowing and leaving when addressed though. Curious. Polly, I have one more question and it's important. Do you remember what his face looked like? I don't know what his face looks like. He was wearing a weird mask. A mask? Well, that's not your average ghost then. Hey, Polly, you need to say this stuff. You never mentioned that before. But nobody asked. Well, masks aside, it seems it wasn't just a dream. Once Daniel told me about it, I contacted the Bracer Guild just in case. Been watching for it since then, but there's no sign of it. Well, thank you for your time, Matron Teresa. This has given us a lot to mull over. Estelle, Scheherazade, whenever you're in Rouen, you're more than welcome to stop by. Father, I'll see you the next time there's a class, I hope. Yeah, you bet. Absolutely. I'll drop by every time I have a chance. See you, Father Kevin. You too, Estelle. And bring Joshua next time, too. Yeah. I don't know when I'll be back, but we will come see you again. Now the plot thickens regarding this white ghost. A masked man. A masked ghost. Man, those kids are energetic. Gotta wonder, though, whether or not their matron qualifies for sainthood. Because every single one of them was among the most polite, wonderful kids I've ever met. Yeah, Matron Teresa's amazing. There's actually another, girl who helps out here, too. She's busy with her school exams and couldn't get out here today, though. Okay. Anyway, I'm heading back to Rouen for a bit. What about you guys? Want to come with? Well, we've nothing left to investigate here. And as they say, the journey is more important than the destination. So certainly, let's be off. It's decided then. Off we go to Rouen. Let's go. Alright. We actually have Kevin in our group. Back to the city. Dominion. I guess the male armor. And male boots. Okay. This will be nice on him. And we'll also do... Do we have any more gladiator stuff? If not, it's fine. Yeah, gladiator's perfect on him. Okay. Get back to the city and call it. I'm curious if I missed the tower on the way back. I think it might be past Minoria. I'll look at a map between now and tomorrow when I stream again, and then I can just run straight to the tower. Get that done with. Oh, I think this is where the monster is, right? There should be a big-ass monster somewhere around here, and I can just destroy it immediately. Oh, shit. There you go. Didn't even see that. Okay, monster, where are you? Everywhere under summer. Not that. It's gonna be massive, and when I approach it, it's gonna give me a warning. Not that the warning matters, because I can just destroy it instantly. Still ahead, I guess. Nope. It's not one of those. Is it this? No.
Hey, rule.
Is it this? No.
Oh, are we done already?
We are done already, sure. I can't find a second monster. It's not the chickens, right? No.
Piece of cake.
Chickens are normal monsters. What I'll likely have to do is I'll have to pull up a guide on like my phone or something and just have it just to show me where the shit is, because nothing is marked in this game. And you just kind of have to flail around until you find it. Pay close attention, careful attention to the dialogue or whatever Estelle writes down in her notebook.
We're good to go.
Nothing. I swear there's a fucking monster. It's like there's a monster on this road too somewhere, and I don't know where it is. Here's Ruan. Finally back. It's good to be in Ruan again. Thanks, guys. It was nice of you to make sure I got back here safely. Aw, come on, you don't need to thank us. Yes, I hardly think you needed our help either way. After all, crossbows are rare these days, and people who are skilled with them are rarer still. What? Aw, nah, a wandering priest spends a lot of time out in the wilderness, you know. I gotta be able to defend myself somehow, but there's no way I can match a pro. You really think so? I think you'd make a really good bracer, actually. You're really skilled. Aw, Estelle, you're making me blush. You keep the flattery up and we might have to get serious. I thought we agreed to knock it off with the come-ons. Anyway, about the spook you're hunting. People have been coming to the local church about it too. But Father Theodore thinks we ain't dealing with a normal spirit here, assuming it is a spirit at all. Really? Why isn't it normal? The testaments state that when a person dies, a righteous soul will ascend to the sky to join Adios. Right, and sinners are condemned to fall into the darkness of Gehenna. Sometimes, though, you get souls who don't really fall into either camp. That's what the church typically refers to as a ghost. Wandering souls, okay. But then, I still don't get what makes our ghost not normal. If it's a wandering soul, well, they don't really wander. According to doctrine, ghosts are usually bound to something. Could be a place, could be a person. Point is, it's something. The ghost everyone's been reporting, though, doesn't seem to behave that way. It's got Father Theodore worried, I can tell you that much. Now I get it. Yeah, that's worrying. Anyway, just something to keep in mind as you investigate. Now I gotta get to the church. See ya, gang. Stay cool and spookless. And there he goes, with his crazy hairstyle. That was really good advice. I guess he really does know the testaments. He still doesn't seem like much of a priest, though. Well, I've always heard that the wandering priests are a strange bunch. Back when I was with the troop, we had the oddest wandering sister traveling with us. I never found out why, either. Okay. So anyway, we do still have some people we need to talk to. Let's continue our investigation next time. Right behind you. Next time. Save? Save? And that... We'll pick this up tomorrow evening, I believe. So, very, very excited to go through this again. And continue. I'm already hooked on the story, if I'm being quite honest. It's more, the second game's story is more gripping than the first one, I would say, which is good because it is the second half. So, hopefully you guys enjoyed. See you again tomorrow. You take care, Salamandius, and to anyone else who is watching or lurking. Hope you guys enjoyed your time. Thank you guys so much for watching. And, you know what? I'm gonna let this play in the outro. So, as always, Wanderers. Take care, and farewell. It's not gonna play because it's not picking up the game sound. Let me fix that. Just because. No, I guess not. Oh well.